Welcome to the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree two-night event. Jake Holmes, I'm Sam Hickman. We're here for the second night of this wonderful two-night event, and what a start we got off to last night, Jay. Had some incredible matchups. The first matchup here tonight, South Columbus against Ashley. As we kind of ease into tonight's broadcast, we'll recap a little bit of the action from last night, but Topsail victorious in the opening scrimmage over Northside Jacksonville last night, 27-14. Then other action, 14-7, New Hanover over Havelock. Laney, 28-21 winners over Wallace Rose Hill. And in the nightcap, Hoggard, 14-0 winners over East Duplin. And that was tough. It was 0-0 through at least till late in the first quarter of that last scrimmage. But we got more great action on deck for you tonight. Jay, we'll start with South Columbus and Ashley.
Yeah, South Columbus, coached by Russell Dove. They're in the 1A, 2A Waccamaw Conference last year, 2-8, 1-4 overall. Averaged 22 points a game, but gave up 43 points a game, something they got to improve this season.
So South Columbus will start with a fresh set of downs at their own 25. They keep the ball on the ground and pick up a couple of yards. It was A.J. Scott, I believe, on the carry.
Yeah, it looked like number 2, Quinn Bentley, on the hit for Ashley that time from his defensive backfield position.
And Quinn Bentley was a kid that Coach Lombardi talked about in his coach interview at Tuesday's Media Day luncheon. So Rush Blackwell takes a direct snap, falls across the 30 to the 31-yard line, a gain of about 4 yards, and that'll set up a 3rd and 4 for the Stallions from their own 31.
Yeah, the Stallions haven't had a winning year since 2018. That was after 2 or 3 years in a row where they won 12 games. So Coach Dove still trying to find the recipe there to get back on the winning side of the ledger.
Another direct snap and keeper from Rush Blackwell. He was dropped at the 32-yard line, did pick up 1 yard, but South Columbus 3 yards shy of the line to gain. And, Jay, I saw no personnel changes, so maybe South Columbus will keep its offense on the field.
What the heck, go for it, you know?
Yeah, South Columbus, the visitor side, only down 41 points,
yeah,
you know, early.
Yeah. Time for a comeback.
As Dan Fout say in the Water Boy, there's no turning back. Unless you're the receiver here at the bottom of the screen who just committed a false start penalty. Taking a 4th and 3 situation and turning it in. Oh, no, it's called against Ashley.
Well, there you go.
There's your automatic first down.
Looky here.
Wow.
And I'm not sure everyone is in agreement, but but that's the way the officials called it. So it is going to give a first down to the Stallions.
Hold on, I think we might have a correction from the white hat here.
Okay.
Yep, he signaled the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. Yep, dead ball, false start on the offense. Okay, all right.
Looked a little more reasonable, to be honest with you.
Well, there was some confused looks on that Ashley sideline after he signaled offside against the Screaming Eagles.
Yeah, Dante Lombardi, the coach, and he did a little Vince Lombardi that time and got the correct call. Two teams that are looking to rebuild and regroup and just turn things around.
And, Jay, it's as we get ready for this 4th down punt from South Columbus. Oh, it's not live. I don't think South Columbus got the memo about the special teams. But, Jay, this is going to be frank. Ashley's a tough job. It's a tough football job. You're going against Hoggard, Laney, and New Hanover, you know, in Wilmington. Kids change schools rather frequently. And Exhibit A.
Tyree Crudup.
Yeah, Tysier Crudup. Last night, Mike and I saw him make some runs that were just I mean, they were tremendous. I mean, a couple plays where there was just absolutely nothing there, and the next thing you know, he's running 20 yards down the field. And a school like Ashley loses a kid like that, and it's just a backbreaker. It's hard.
That's a tough thing to overcome for any school, but particularly a program like Ashley.
Look at this tough run.
That's some hard running up front.
Number 21, Jalen Brewington. Ooh. And Jay, he's just a junior. He's in the class of 2025. So Jalen Brewington, who splits time between running back and linebacker with a nice carry on first down, picks up 7 yards to the 48. Ashley needs the 49 of the Stallions for a first down. There. Oh, the turf monster. Dropped him at the 47-yard line. That is number 15, Braden Quinn, the senior quarterback who lost a yard as he lost his footing there. So that'll set up a third and three for the Screaming Eagles on their first offensive possession of the night.
Yeah, Quinn saw some backup duty at quarterback last year, and he threw for 103 yards, but looking for a whole lot more out of his senior season.
And this is Tyler Carter in at quarterback now, flanked by Brewington in the backfield. He looks to the sideline for the play. Now Tyler Carter barking out instructions at the offensive line. Now he's ready to take the snap. He hands it off up the middle. Brewington with a nice surge, still on his feet across the 45. Finally dropped around the 43-yard line, a gain of about 9 yards and an Ashley first down.
Let me tell you, Jalen Brewington, as Sam mentioned, just a junior. He's had 2 really good runs here in the opening minutes of this quarter, behind a really good charge from that offensive line.
Yeah, that running game is brewing, with Brewington carrying the ball early on for the Screaming Eags.
Carter can throw the ball.
He didn't have to throw it very far that time, Jay. The little pop pass to number 10, Jalen Shaw, senior running back, the receiver there. But a loss of 1 actually on the play moves it back to the 44-yard line where it will be 2nd and 11.
Yeah, Carter threw for 1,110 yards last season, 11 touchdowns, but he had some problems with the interceptions. And he's got to try to do a little better job this season of controlling the ball. That's the big guy back in at QB now.
Yeah, they're going to get a free 5 yards there as South Columbus jumped into the neutral zone early. So that 2nd and 11 will go to 2nd and 6 with just under 8 minutes left in the opening quarter of the first scrimmage of the night. A reminder to the viewers, the host school, the Trojans of West Brunswick, will play in the next game against Kinston, and we got a Ashley offensive lineman. And Jay, that's a little odd. He was down on the turf, but it was a offsides penalty, so there was no like action right there.
It's like Brandon Oliver, number 65, kind of getting off on his own. So that's a good sign.
And Jay, no idea what happened here. Anything I say would be speculating, but I just can't help but wonder if it's heat related. I mean, it is hot today.
I didn't check the temperature before we walked in here, but it's got to be 88. I understand it's 88, but it sure feels, and down on that field, I guarantee you it's not 88.
Yeah, and it looks like a towel was wrapped around his neck almost immediately after he came off the field. So I certainly hope number 65, Braden Oliver, is okay, the junior offensive lineman.
You know, I did the first 2 games with you last night, and Dr. Mike finished up, but when I left, I don't know, you couldn't get too many more people in this ballpark last night. There was a terrific crowd.
Yeah, it was crowded. Mike and I actually commented during the last game. So, Jay, understand, it's about 10:45, 11, East Duplin and Hoggard are still playing, and there was still quite a few people in the bleachers.
Oh, yeah, I believe it.
I mean, there was still a lot of people here almost midnight.
I had a friend at around 7:30 thought about coming over but couldn't find a place to park. Needless to say, he watched it on Focus.
Brewington's got a lane. He's got some running room. Splits the defenders. He's going to score. 38-yard touchdown run from number 21, Jalen Brewington. The Screaming Eagles strike first, 7:49 left in the first quarter, and Ashley takes a 6-0 lead and increases the Mid-Eastern Conference lead to 47 points here early on day 2.
Some impressive blocking at the point of attack and a really good run by Brewington. He looks like he's done this before, Sam.
He certainly does. I mean, Jay, on that series, he probably had, what, 3 or 4 carries for about 50 yards and a touchdown? Low snap, but Ashley got it down. The kick is up. The kick is good. Jay, take us through this touchdown scamper.
He's going to get the ball on the left side and then look at the
61.
Who is that?
61.
Monster.
Clay Horton had a big block.
Sure did. Kicked him out, and then Mr. Brewington took it from there. And look at that. He gets into the end zone acting like it's not the first time.
And it will not be the last.
I was trying to catch the name or the number of the kicker. I thought Coach Caraway said 44, and it could be. He's a defensive end, but anyhow, we'll have to check on that. Keep an eye on number 9, Sam. Tyler Gladden. He is a linebacker. He will flat out hit you.
One of the leading tacklers from a year ago, if I'm not mistaken, for Ashley.
Loose ball.
So the ball came out, but it was blown dead, and we have a flag laying down about the 27.5-yard line. So, Jay, I think the Ashley kicker was number 40, Bodie Porter.
Okay, which
we're told.
Which is not the name we have, but that's okay. Bodie Porter.
Nice kick, Bodie.
Oh, yeah. So we got a penalty on that one.
Yeah, holding penalty. So we're going to repeat first down. It's first and about 20 from the 15-yard line of the Stallions. Blackwell rolls out to his left. Oh, he had a receiver open there, but it falls incomplete. It was intended for number 5, Javon McLaughlin, the junior receiver. Couldn't quite corral that low toss from Blackwell.
I'm trying to remember, Sam, you're so much better at that, but didn't Blackwell play when he was in the 9th grade?
He did.
That name sounds familiar, yeah. Now he got around the edge. Put that shoulder
Pretty
down
good
that
carry
time.
there. Got some of that lost yardage back.
Jarrett Quinlan, number 12 from the D-back position, took a pretty good shot that time. So still third and quite long, 16 yards. 7:25 to go here. In the first quarter of the first scrimmage of the second night of the Bash on the Beach, hosted here at West Brunswick High School. Pressure, missed him.
Oh, Jay, he's going to reverse field. Look at this. Oh, and he slipped down at about the 18-yard line. So he picked up about 5 or 6 yards on the scramble, but it's not going to be nearly enough for the first down yardage and will likely bring on the South Columbus punt team for the second time tonight.
You know, Ashley, number 20, Nate Hall, slipped on that play, and rather than jump right back up, he was kind of adjusting himself on the ground right when the quarterback ran past him. So Coach Lombardi will probably have a little chat with him about that. Can't give up.
Oh, so special teams not live. It's muffed a bit by Quinn Bentley, but he downed it at the 41-yard line. So Ashley will have excellent starting field position with a little more than halfway, almost halfway through the first quarter of tonight's first scrimmage.
Which is now the cumulative score is 90 to 42. Is that right?
Yeah, they've more than doubled them up. So, Jay, do you want to explain that to the viewers how that works? You want me to take a crack at it?
Well, you do it. I don't care if you crack at it or not, but yeah, you do it.
So the Mid-Eastern Conference teams, their cumulative score shows on the Ashley side. The visitors, like South Columbus, Havelock, Northside, Wallace Rose Hill, East Duplin, their score shows on the South Columbus side. So if you're just joining us, it is not Ashley 90 and South Columbus 42. It's actually 7-0 in this scrimmage, but we're keeping a running score on your screen there at the bottom. So the Mid-Eastern Conference teams lead the visiting teams 90 to 42.
Like that was number 6 on the carry for the Eagles that time, Ethan Haukier, another junior, listing him as a linebacker, but obviously can play some offensive backfield positions too.
Second and 7 from the 38-yard line. Brewington again, but this time the Stallion defensive front up for the challenge. They dropped Brewington at the line of scrimmage, maybe picked up a yard to the 37. And, Jay, this is right where Ashley was on the field when Brewington popped his first touchdown run of the night. So South Columbus trying to prevent the same from happening again.
If Clay Horton gets another kick out block the way he did on that touchdown run, that could happen again. I don't know if Clay's even in there now, moving around a lot of players.
3rd and 7. Quarterback drops back. Oh, just over the outstretched hands of the receiver, Drew Piner, the senior receiver and defensive back. That'll bring up a 4th and 7 from the 37-yard line. Ashley needs to get to about the 30.5-yard line for a first down. It looks like the Screaming Eagles are going to leave the offense on the field. Jay, they marked it at the 35 and gave him a couple yards, and I was thinking that's not a incomplete pass. They shouldn't have picked up any yardage, but they fixed it now. Ball's back spotted at the 37. 4th and 7. Big chance here for the South Columbus defense to make a play and get off the field. Slant route is caught. He is going to be very close. He got it. He got it. That's a good route awareness, I guess I would call it, Jay. He got just to the marker, made the catch, and was dropped about the 32, but the forward progress got him inside the 31. It was enough for a first down.
And that drop was by number 1, DeMonta Gore for South Columbus.
And Coach Dub furious with the spot.
With the spot, not happy. Russell in midseason form.
Jay, it looked like they had to get right just shy of the 30-yard line, and the ball's just inside the 31, so I think he was asking for a measurement, didn't get it, and was none too pleased. But it's a first down. No matter how you slice it, it's a little student body right action there for Ashley. Picks up about 2 yards or 3 yards to the 28, where it'll be 2nd and 7.
Tyler Carter coming over to the sideline to get the play.
Coach Lombardi told us that Quinn and Carter would both get a lot of snaps tonight, and then they would he indicated Tuesday at the Media Day luncheon that they would make a decision from there. But we've seen plenty of both of them here in the first quarter.
And both have played well.
They have indeed. Play action. Going to take a shot.
Oh.
And J.I. was totally blocked out over here. Incomplete pass?
Incomplete. He's looking for Dominic Michelangelo. But
would have been an artistic catch.
Sure would have been, but out of bounds, so take it to 3rd and 6. Michelangelo had some space there to work with too, but Gladden's pass overthrown.
Had a step on the corner, at least early on. Just couldn't quite connect. So 3rd and a long 6 or short 7. We'll flare out to the left of, I think that was 10, Jalen Shaw, who made the catch and was dropped at the 25. Sorry, partner.
Shaw with the reception, but a host of Stallions in on that tackle that time. So sets it up for 4th. They're going to go for it rather than try a field goal. Maybe not. That's a long clock, isn't it?
Yeah, play clock down inside of 5 seconds. Ashley's going to have to hurry down to 2. 1, they just do get the snap off. Pass over the middle, wide open receiver. I believe that was 23, Joshua Healy.
It sure was.
And a nice strike from number 15, Braden Quinn. A 29-yard touchdown pass gives Ashley its 2nd score of the 1st quarter. They move ahead 13-0 over South Columbus and add to that sizable Mid-Eastern Conference lead.
Yeah, sort of got to think that that was a breakdown in the South Columbus secondary, because Healy was wide open. Going for 2.
Going for 2, it appears. Handoff right up the middle. Scrum near the goal line, and he is short.
That's Atkins.
The conversion is no good.
Take another look at that touchdown pass. And looky.
Man, number 31 there, Dolan Davis was signaling touchdown, and the ball was halfway to Healy. So he saw the breakdown in coverage.
Indeed he did. 96-42. Now, if this was the middle of February and Ashley and South Columbus were playing, maybe, I don't know. It's still a lot of points, right, for basketball. But here at the Bash, just part of the deal.
So, Jay, our 3rd look at the South Columbus offense, and the Stallions have not had much luck so far moving the ball, but get a nice little gain on 1st down there.
Yeah, nice little hit by Quinn
number
Bentley.
8, Derek Dager.
On the ball carry, and Bentley on the tackle.
That was 5, Javon McLaughlin.
5s and 8s on black uniforms with, I don't know what color numbers they are.
And I'm looking at them
and
underwater
the
here.
sun, yeah, looking at them that way. And a bright, glaring sun, tough to pick them up. However, any of you South Columbus fans at home who,
oh, we had some laundry on the field, partner.
you know, want a spot for us, by all means, send it in to Big Nate on Facebook Live.
Flare out to the left, complete. Receiver driven out of bounds around the 20-yard line.
That's a really good job for Ashley, number 2 and number 32. 32 being Casey Gladden and 2 being Bentley, as they failed to, or they stopped the receiver from getting to the outside of him. They pushed him in. Kept him in towards the middle of the field, and some easy tackling. by the Screaming Eagles.
Yep, push him towards your help, right?
Mm-hmm.
2:45 left in the first quarter of the night's first scrimmage. Blackwell rolls out to his right. Got nowhere to throw the football, and he is sacked inside the 10-yard line. Is that 44?
Nate Hall was
20.
involved on
Yep,
that one,
Nate
too.
Hall.
Hall looked like mid-season form with that, kicking that leg back, down, up, sideways. I don't know. That's a coverage sack, though, that time, Sam. There was plenty of time, but nobody open in the secondary.
Nowhere to throw the football. He's got some running room.
That's good play.
Nice play by the corner over there.
Quinlan. Fought off the block, and again, wouldn't let number 5, Javon McLaughlin, get past him. That's just a real good football play by Jared Quinlan. Tell you what, Sam, right, if you look at 5-yard line extended to the left, focus broadband. That big banner up there on the fence looking pretty good.
Punt is up and muffed.
That is something that Ashley may work on a little bit more this week, right?
Yeah, that's second one, I think. And even the first one, that bounce, they kind of fumbled a little bit before it was down.
Yeah, and that's with nobody, running
bearing
down
down at you, or bearing down on you, rather.
Yeah, I never could quite figure out that part. Wow.
Jay, you ever call punts? It is not easy.
No, and I know it isn't easy. And those darn punters, some of them, they can do things with that ball.
Yeah. Turn it over.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I've just done it like playing around, like on the practice field and things, and it is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. If you can catch them, you can make some money.
1st and 10 for the Screaming Eagles at the 43-yard line of the Stallions. That is number 10, Jalen Shaw on the carry. He was stood up
1, 2, 3,
at the
4.
line of scrimmage.
5 Stallion
the
defenders.
Black shirts.
Yeah. That's good effort that time by South Columbus. Under 1 to go here in quarter 1.
Game clock down to about 45 seconds. .30 seconds left. We'll throw out to the near side of the field. Ashley receiver making some guys miss. That's number 14, Drew Piner. He was eventually brought down.
Had some zip on that throw. Was that Quinn or was that Carter? Carter's in there now.
That was Quinn who threw the last one.
I thought, yeah. They are moving those quarterbacks in and out. Got to snap quick.
Ashley not going to snap the football before the end of the first quarter.
And a flag, too, I think, Sam.
Oh, no. Jay, I think they're signaling false start against Ashley before the end of the quarter. Let's see. Dead ball, false start against the Screaming Eagles. So, yeah, man, that's a frustrating one. You're probably just going to, let the clock run out and take your chances on 3rd and 8 after the break. Now there was a false start, so that'll back them up. But, Jay, they're still showing the end of the quarter. So, yeah, we're going to take a short break. As the teams take a short break, Ashley has outscored South Columbus 13-0, the Mid-Eastern Conference, with a big lead here on the second night of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. And we're back for the start of the second quarter of the first scrimmage of the night. Ashley 13, South Columbus 0. Ashley facing a third down and 8 yards to go as the chain gang works to get set here at the start of the second quarter. Jay, your takeaways from the opening 12 minutes of action?
Well, some impressive individual plays tonight. The running back, McLaughlin, has ran the ball hard for South Columbus, and on the Ashley side of the ledger, Jalen Brewington, a kid we hadn't heard much about, with a touchdown run and some impressive other runs in the opening period. And both quarterbacks for Ashley, Tyler Carter and Braden Quinn, have showed themselves very well here tonight.
Oh, did he
get it?
No, trapped it.
Close.
That was number 5, Dominique Michelangelo. Almost made a, or was that 6? No, that's 5.
No,
that's 5. That's Michelangelo.
I think it's Mona Lisa, but regardless, it was a nice effort. Pass just too low. So they can come back to that if they want, Sam. He was wide open, just needed to get the ball up a little bit.
Jay, what do we got here? 4th and about 15?
Yeah, they're calling it 4th and 14, but yeah, somewhere around there in that zip code.
3 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 1 to the top, and we're going to have a timeout by the Screaming Eagles before this 4th and 15 snap.
Now that's something that the games I did last night, Sam, I thought there would have been more of, but there really weren't a lot of. And the 2 games I worked, I thought from a procedure perspective and a penalty perspective, they were pretty cleanly played games.
Yeah, and that trend continued really in the last 2 games. One trend that changed from the first 2 games to the Wallace-Laney game. That game got really competitive, so there was a lot of timeouts late.
Okay.
Wallace trying to get a stop and get the ball back to try to even the score, but couldn't muster a game-tying drive there in the final minute. But, yeah, I think there were 6 timeouts called in that Laney-Wallace scrimmage.
I heard that the new Little had a pretty good night last night, chucking the ball around.
Yeah, 4 touchdown passes.
Colby Little.
3 to Hampton Roderick.
That kid's a stud. He's going to have a tremendous senior year. If he can stay healthy, he's going to have a real good year.
Yeah, Jay, I would say best odds of any Mid-Eastern Conference player to win Offensive Player of the Year. We got some serious hand fighting going on. Both referees threw flags.
Yeah, let's see how they shake this one down.
Looks like maybe DPI against the Stallions of South Columbus.
White Hat's going to make the call. It is against South. So, Sam,
the question is the 15 yards gonna get him to the marker?
If they go from scrimmage, it's going to be close.
Going to be real close.
Now, the scoreboard's saying 4th and 14, and it very well may be.
Yeah, I'm counting 15, but never been a real math whiz. Jay, look at there.
Golly
right at the marker.
Jiminy.
Well, either way, even if it – nope, first down.
Yeah, they
first down. Yep, they got just enough on the defensive pass interference penalty yardage to extend the drive.
Oh, you were talking about, the fact that not a lot of penalties, but there's one, and that's a big one, as so many of them are. Over the years we've done this, Sam, I think we both learned that a lot of times in football, the game is lost, not won, and it's lost through mistakes. And clearly, penalties are a part of that.
Oh, got away from one in the offensive backfield and then picked up about 7 or 8 yards. That was Quinn Bentley, the ball carrier.
Yeah, was that ball direct snap to him? Is he in playing some QB now, or?
Boy, Ashley's got some packages on this offense. Between Tyler Carter and Braden Quinn and Bentley back there taking some snaps.
Well, Bentley rushed for nearly 300 yards last year, so he's familiar with running the football, and here he goes now.
Yep, direct snap around the right side, got a lot of running room, still on his feet, finally pushed out of bounds down there near the Twin State asphalt sign. Enough for a first down and then some. That's going to set Ashley up with a 1st and goal at around the 7-yard line.
You know what was impressive about Bentley's run that time? It just seemed he was very much in control.
And patient.
Patient, looking for a block. You know, he sees a little daylight, takes it, you know, and just meandered his way down the field to get him in a scoring position.
He runs with great pace. Didn't we talk about this during basketball season?
I think we
Plays
did.
with great pace.
Yeah, we like that for some reason.
Yeah, we probably stole it from,
no question,
a real play-by-play guy. Or I probably stole it from a real play-by-play guy.
It's nothing original.
So timeout on the field. Ashley has a 1st and goal from the South Columbus 7-yard line. And, Jay, this has been a tough quarter and some change for the Stallions.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get much done offensively, and then when their defense really could have turned the ball over here and taken over around their 40-yard line, they get called for the defensive interference penalty, and so that allows Ashley to continue to drive. Those kids on defense for the Stallions got to be feeling it right now.
Yeah, Jay, you know. Smartest group of folks in the stadium this afternoon.
Who's that?
Ashley coaching staff. Coach Lombardi said, we are going to coach in white T-shirts.
There you go.
It's a scrimmage. It's a gazillion degrees. We're going to bust out the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree T-shirts.
Love it.
And coach in those this afternoon. 1st and goal from the 7. I think that's 7 Carter back in at quarterback.
It is.
Oh, handed it to Brewington.
Jeez.
He got lifted up off the ground and then somehow moved forward to inside the 5 to the 3-yard line where it'll be 2nd and goal.
Sam, we want to remember Jalen Brewington's name this season, right? This kid, hard runner.
Yeah, got a flag down. Jay, that was probably the first real big hit of this game. There was a big one last night in the East Duplin-Hogger game.
Oh, not
Hogger
surprised.
tight end, caught a pass and was down right where about on the field where the teams are at right now, like closer to the hash or in between the hash and the numbers. And tight end from Hogger took a big lick and popped right up. Come to find out, he is a member of the Cape Fear Rugby Club, Isaiah Newkirk.
Now I understand.
And I did too. After Big Mike dropped that nugget on us, it made perfect sense.
Well, Big Mike's scouting them. He's keeping an eye on these high school kids that can join them on the rugby team, and doing a darn good job of it. There's a lot of kids that are starting to get involved in rugby at the high school and the collegiate level.
I think last night Mike counted at least 10 on Laney's football team.
Seemed to work
that
for
are
them.
Members of that club.
It worked for them last night, and that's a score.
He's in there, I do believe.
I think.
Touchdown, Screaming Eagles.
That's Carter.
Number 7, Tyler Carter, bulls his way across the goal line in for a touchdown. And it is a 19-0 advantage for Ashley now. So, Jay, have we run out of room down there on the scoreboard for triple digits? Is it 102? What do we got? What do we got on? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So it was 83. So it's 102. 90. It's 102 to 42.
Okay.
Extra point is up. Extra point is good. That's number 45, we're told, right? Bodie Porter.
Okay, I got you.
(103 to 42, and it's 20-0 in favor of Ashley in this scrimmage. And we have exactly 10.5 minutes left. And Jay, there's a second look at your touchdown run. Tyler Carter, when there's a will, there's a way, right? He just kind of forced his way across the goal line that time.
That's a good way to describe it, Sam, because there wasn't a whole lot of daylight there, right?
No.
So it was more or as much will as anything else.
Blackwell lost his footing.
Go ahead. You use the word that you use for something like that. Did he get stoned?
I don't think he did.
You think he just slipped?
I mean, there was no running room. Ashley had it well defended, but he definitely lost his footing. But if I saw Tyler Gladden bearing down on me, I'd probably lose my footing too.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd probably want no part of that. As a matter of fact, I know I wouldn't.
Look forward for a stoned call tonight.
Oh, it's coming. The South Columbus runner stoned at the 25-yard line for no gain.
Now, see, I wouldn't have called that one a stone.
Held up.
Held up, yeah. Just didn't have nowhere to go. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That was a good choice on his part. Yeah, the Eagles' defense, first two plays, very dominant in this drive.
Yeah, a lot of folks rolling into the stadium, Jay Bird, with
wonder why.
the host West Brunswick Trojans set to take on Kinston in the next scrimmage tonight. Low snap. Blackwell does a good job to corral it. Now he's running for his life, and he is sacked by number 9, Tyler Gladden, over on the far side of the field. A loss of about 10 yards, and we'll set up a 4th and 20.
Yeah, well, we talked about the fact that Gladden was a hitter, and you saw a glimpse of it there. So difficult down situation and distance for the Stallions here.
Jay, I'm pretty sure South Columbus is probably in the negative total yardage.
Yeah, they really haven't done much offensively here tonight.
Oh, they went for it on 4th down, ran the reverse, looking for running room, and brought down at the 15-yard line. A really nice tackle in open field by
Healy.
Ashley's number 23, Joshua Healy. The junior defensive back made a nice play, and Ashley will take over at the 15-yard line of South Columbus.
You know, I don't know what I like watching more, a real nice block or a real nice tackle, and certainly that time you saw a really, really good tackle by 23, Josh Healy, junior defensive back for the Screaming Eagles of Ashley. We got the board fixed now, Sam. 103-42.
There we go.
Looking for more is Ashley.
Yeah, Jay, and still 8.5 minutes left in this scrimmage. Quinn in at quarterback. Can't give up the middle.
That's got
good crease. That's number 6, Ethan Hawkier.
Well, heck, I thought that was Brewington because he and Hawkier run the same darn way.
Which is fast and strong and well.
Yeah, put that 2 arms on over that ball on their belly and just crash and bam their way through.
There's Brewington. No Brewington. Quarterback keeper.
Nice.
And he is in. Number 15, Braden Quinn on the read option across the goal line for a Screaming Eagle touchdown. And it is 25-0, partner, in the first half here. So Ashley just dominating the first scrimmage on night 2 here at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree.
Yeah, Quinn having, I believe that's a touchdown pass and a touchdown run for the senior.
26-0.
Bodie back in the kick.
Mr. Porter. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Porter knocks it through, so it is 27-0. Screaming Eagles taking the cumulative score to 110-42.
When do we get a running clock?
Soon?
Okay.
No, I don't know if we're going to get one of those in the scrimmage.
That's a nice managing the ball by Quinn that time. It's a good fake. Tucked it away and got in. I think I have to check with our producer-director, Nate Everts, but I believe Tyler Carter and Braden Quinn were the interview representatives from Ashley at the luncheon earlier this week. Every kid I talked to was impressive, and it was really hard sometimes to keep them all together. But yeah, Quinn and Carter both solid kids, solid football players too. Here's a little bit of action.
South Columbus. Oh man, every time it looks like they've got a play, Ashley just closes. And
was that 12 again? You know, is that Quinlan?
Jarrett Quinlan.
You said his number a lot here in the first quarter and a half. He's having a real good game. He's a senior. All that practice and experience paying off.
Man, you talk about a great football name. South Columbus quarterback Rush Blackwell.
Yeah, I love it.
Jay, he was stoned.
That's a stone. Yeah.
Yeah.
No argument from me.
Loss of 3 or 4. Just absolutely stood up. Going to bring up a 3rd and 8 for South Columbus.
Sam, we don't have numerical weights and heights, but you think maybe Ashley's a wee bit bigger than the Stallions?
My eyeballs are telling me yes.
Yeah.
Significant difference in the two, which Ashley probably also has double the number of students that South Columbus has, so there is that. Blackwell looking for running room and just has nothing. They just got no openings whatsoever.
Kid did a good job of hanging on to the football, to be honest with you.
And, Jay, I have not seen South Columbus #1, DeMonte Gore, who was, I think, their leading rusher a year ago, and one of the guys Coach Dove was counting on coming into this season. I have not seen him at all.
Yeah, it's kind of know if we can even gather the number from all the way across the field to see if he's dressed. But, yeah, I believe he is a player that Coach Dove is looking for some big things this year. And now what do we have? Take back everything I said about penalty-free game.
False start against South Columbus, so they'll punt it away. 4th and 13 now.
Sam, you've been involved with this a whole lot longer than have I, but there was a time, as we were talking before they started, that South Columbus was kind of a power, right?
Oh, my goodness. My childhood, the 90s, they were an absolute juggernaut under Joey Price, the father of current Whiteville head coach J.P. Price. And again, Jay, that's the 4th muffed punt of this scrimmage for Ashley. Not that it matters because special teams are not live, but
yeah, but that's clearly something they got to work on.
Yep.
So the Eagles are going to get the ball in favorable field position to start this drive with 5:51 to go here in quarter number 2, the first of 4 scrimmages here on Saturday night at the Bash on the Beach. The next one has generated a lot of interest on the part of the home folks because it'll feature West Brunswick.
And first-year head coach Shane Handy.
New era, new start.
Brewington on the carry, fighting for some extra yardage, dropped at the 49-yard line, picked up about 4 yards. That'll set up a 2nd and 6.
And I'm going to guess that Ashley will probably not get up over the ball real quick, and nothing better for Coach Dante Lombardi, but a nice long drive to put a nail in this one.
5 minutes and 7 seconds left in our second scrimmage of the night. Throw out to the right is caught. I believe that was 35 Caleb Allen, the junior receiver, marked down about a yard shy of the line to gain.
Sam Hickman's eyes are like fine wine in that they seem to get better every year. You got off that Thunderbird stuff, right? And and you're going for the good stuff now.
I'm just getting better at making it up.
You sell it.
Oh, offsides on South Columbus, and the Screaming Eagles gifted a first down on 3rd and short.
Now, there's been a couple of times. Well, again, this is against South, but we had mentioned earlier the defense would play well for a couple of downs and kind of shoot themselves in the foot, as they did here. That's going to move the chains for Ashley. Must be a bad night, Sam, for Chick-fil-A. I have not heard much activity from Coach.
Well, I think he met his quota last night.
That's what it is.
On number of announcements, so he's just chilling this evening.
So it's Slushy's turn tonight, right? Caraway.
Oh, good pass break up there by the South Columbus defensive back.
Don't know who was defending that, but that was excellent timing. .352 to go. In the conclusion, or for the conclusion of this opening scrimmage tonight between South Columbus and Ashley, and West draws Kinston, right, Sam?
West and Kinston in the second scrimmage of the night, followed by Whiteville against North Brunswick, and then the nightcap will be East Bladen and South Brunswick, I do believe.
I expect quarterback Prince will be throwing the ball around in that South Brunswick scrimmage this evening. He sure did last year, 2,000 yards through the air. There's a good reminder, Kinston versus West. Whiteville going to be tough to beat versus North, who is going to be really tough to beat. One of the surprise teams in the state last year was the North Brunswick Scorpions, and then the finale, East Bladen against the South Brunswick guys. Half of them have red hair, half of them don't, but anyway, Caleb Combs will be in that game.
Your grandson?
Just in something. He had his hand out, so, you know, he must be looking for something. Nice kid, though. Great kid. Big kid, too.
He is. He is a big kid. One of the player representatives from South Brunswick at the Media Day luncheon.
Yeah, you know, the kids that each school provided, and of course not everybody could make it, but those that did, I think their respective schools and the administrators got to be real happy with the way the guys handled themselves, because getting interviewed by me is not the easiest thing in the world, right? So they had to be on their feet, and they absolutely were. But great kids.
3rd and medium here. Roll out to the left. Pass is caught, but number 6, Ethan Hawkier, Oh, no, Jay, I think he did get enough for the first down yardage. Yeah, I think they're going to mark him at about the 28. And the line of the game was, oh, no, he's marked down at the 29. They're going to give him a first down with 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
I think that may have been McLaughlin with the tackle that time. And you can see the South Columbus guys on that front line. Sam, think they might be a little tired. See hands on the knees from several players. I know I would be. Goodness, I'd be collapsed. I got something. So, timeout.
Timeout, Ashley on the field. We got 2 minutes and 26 seconds left in the first scrimmage. Jay making much better time so far tonight than we did last night after a lengthy weather delay.
That was about an hour and a half, really, I think, or an hour and 45 minutes. It was about 7:15, I think, before the that first scrimmage started, and we were about 4 minutes away from kickoff when it just got nasty weather-wise. But it was amazing that by 7:30-ish, 8 o'clock, it's just a beautiful, beautiful night here in Charlotte, North Carolina, to play high school football or to do most anything.
Inside handoff to number 10, Jalen Shaw, and he was wrapped down around the 23-yard line. We'll give him 6 on the carry, setting up a 2nd and 4.
Sam, I wish they would have had that little inside handoff, pop pass, whatever the heck you want to call it, when I was playing, because, geez, I may have been able to throw for 50 yards a game.
Yeah, and don't have to
because that's about how far I could throw it. So if I could just be accurate with it, yeah, I could get
able to complete some passes when you're just kind of tossing it right in front of you.
Oh, that's good. Good defense that time. Who made that tackle? Ah, golly, those numbers are so hard. 18? No.
10 maybe?
10 maybe.
Briar Johnson?
Yeah, he's a linebacker, so, you know. Sure like to give credit to the kids and to the extent possible the correct ones, right? It's bad enough we murder their names, okay? Some parents, friends, and family are so kind and patient about that, but we try our best to at least recognize the correct person.
We're approaching the 1 minute mark. 3rd and 6 for Ashley. Pass route down the seam is broken up. A heck of a play by the safety there.
Yeah, grab that number, Sam. 9?
8 or 9. We're going to go with Easton McPherson.
That's a great name.
The sophomore free safety.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? You know how good that kid is? They named a baseball bat after him. You did?
Pretty impressive.
I think so.
Ironically enough, there's a kid in the next game tonight named Louisville Slugger.
Come on.
No.
How about Wilson?
There we go. There's another one. Jay, we're going to get our first field goal attempt of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Good snap, good hold. It's going to be about 7 yards shy, but right on line.
Yeah.
Just a little short, so.
I love the call, right? I mean, this
why
is
not?
practice.
Yeah.
You know, so take advantage of the situation. Even though they weren't putting pressure on him, it's still helpful. So under 1 minute, Sam, and can put this one in the books, and it appears that the 3A, 4A Mid-Eastern Conference is going to continue to hold on to their rather lengthy lead.
Yeah, boy, if the visitors come back this year, then Kinston, Whiteville, and East Bladen have done some serious, serious work.
Yep.
Derek. Yeah,
No,
Easton McPherson. Yeah, what's number 9?
McPherson. Hawkeye got it right. Excellent, Sam.
Man, I thought I had Miss Dager on the live stream or something, just, furious with me. But nope, we have it right. Way to go, Easton. Ooh.
Ouch. Ouch.
What do we got there on the pass breakup? 42 on the pass breakup. Noah Brannon.
Come on, Noah. Junior, once more time. That's how you get it. Grandson finished up third day of practice at Ithaca College today, Sam. Said a safety missed a guy. He had to bring down a ball carrier. 5'8", 255. Said it never hurt. Said he wasn't used to playing with men. That's probably
Speaking of, there's a grown man collision there at around the 32-yard line. That was number 14, Drew Piner, with the big hit. And Jay, that's going to do it for the first scrimmage of the night at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, night 2. Ashley 27, South Columbus 0. The cumulative score now 110 to 42 in favor of the Mid-Eastern Conference teams. We're going to take a short break, and then Jay and I will be right back here with you for West Brunswick versus Kinston in scrimmage number 2. Stay right here with us until after the break.
From West Brunswick High School, 2 players are with us now. Senior Lyndon Clemens is a offensive lineman, and senior Aiden Brown is a defensive lineman and also a tight end. And both seniors and guys, thanks for being with us here this evening. Lyndon, let's start with you. You've already accepted an offer for next year.
Yes, sir. I recently committed to William & Mary during the summer. Great opportunity. Love the guys up there and everything.
Are they looking at you at what position?
Left tackle. A tackle.
Okay.
Right or left.
Okay. And Aiden, how about you for next year? I know you got a season ahead of you first, but what about college? What about playing football?
I don't have anywhere that I'm committed to go to yet, but I'm going to try to find somewhere after this year and hope to keep playing.
I got a feeling there'll be some good tape of you this year, so that might help you do that for sure. You're pretty tall and big.
Yes, sir.
So your favorite food is?
Steak, New York strip.
New York strip.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it serves you well, I would tell you that. And, Aiden, you're a pretty good-sized guy.
Yes, sir.
But compared to him, how about you?
Yeah, I like pasta, pretty much any kind. I like pasta.
Finally. After all day long, I found a pasta guy, right? You like music?
I do. I majority like country, older country, but
really?
I like some new Morgan Wallen and stuff.
Okay, Morgan Wallen.
Maybe a little bit of George Jones.
Yeah, Morgan's popped up, but no George Jones has popped up today, but Morgan has a lot,
Sure.
How about you, Aiden?
Pretty much anything. I listen to different stuff, whatever's. I like it all.
You like it all.
Yes, sir.
Nothing wrong with that, too. Hobbies. Anything you like to do when you're not playing football?
A lot of baseball, and I like to fish, and also just got a boat that I like to go out on a lot.
Yeah. And how about you, Aiden?
Basketball and going on the boat, same type of stuff like that.
Yeah, I forgot both of you play other sports. You mentioned baseball.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you guys had a pretty good year this past year.
Head coach can make a lot of difference. Big turnaround there.
It sure has been a big turnaround, too.
Yes, sir.
What about favorite NFL teams?
Broncos.
The Broncos?
Yeah.
Of all teams?
Sadly, but
How come?
Dad grew up being a Broncos fan, so
Okay.
I kind of inherited it.
I got it. That's not bad. Mr. Brown, how about you?
I'll say the Panthers. I just like them because I'm from here, but
You're a Panther guy.
yeah, yes sir, yes sir.
They might get a little better this year. They got a quarterback too now, you know, so that might make things different. Biggest influence in your life, Lyndon?
Probably my dad. He's just a really hard worker. Influenced me to work really hard in my football and baseball.
My dad and mom too are also my.
Families, you know, have a lot of opportunity to influence, and I'm glad that yours have done that for you. Goals for you individually this year, and goals for you for the team?
My goals individually are just to be a great teammate and, you know, pick up the guys who sometimes need it, and to be that guy that they can count on to do a lot of blocking. And as a team, just to, you know, improve from last year, definitely our record and definitely just our team chemistry. And I think our new coach is going to help with that.
Yeah, quarterback's best friend is a good left tackle, so I'm sure
Yes,
I'm sure that's the case.
I'd say just doing whatever the team needs me to do, whatever on both sides of the ball, whatever we need. I want to be able to do that, and I want to also, a personal goal is being able to play somewhere in college at the end of the year. So.
And finally, and I guess we talked about the future, William and Mary for you, and hopefully continue on in a football career in some fashion. So, look, thanks for being with us. One quick question. You got a new coach. How is it so far?
He's been great for our program. He's really kind of stepped up like he already knew us before he even got there, and just a great guy to be around. Really hard. Coaches us hard, which is what we need, you know. Just a great guy all around, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's been great. He's a really intense guy. Try to make the most out of the time we got before the season, and I think it's going to help us.
Yeah, he's done this before, so I think you're in real good hands. Guys, thanks for being with us. Have a great season.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're joined now by the quarterback of the Kinston Vikings, Karan Ross. Karan's a senior, and as I mentioned, he's the quarterback. Tell me a few things about you. What's your favorite food?
Chicken.
What kind of chicken?
Fried barbecue chicken.
Fried barbecue chicken. All right, that plays well in and around Kinston, right?
Yeah.
How about movies? You got a favorite movie?
Chucky.
Who?
Chucky.
Chucky.
Yeah.
That scary one?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think quarterbacks like scary movies, but you're a different kind of dude. One more. What's your favorite subject in school? Don't say lunch.
Mouth.
What?
Mouth.
Mouth?
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
Mouth.
Oh, math, arithmetic.
Yeah.
See, I'm pretty old, so it's arithmetic to me. If you got a day off, what do you like to do?
Probably playing the game.
Any special kind of game?
Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a lot. All right. Biggest influence in your life?
Biggest influence. My cousin. He out there playing college football. I'm trying to be like him.
Where's he play?
He went to Salem.
No kidding. That's awesome. And one more. What's your goals for the season?
Get that ring. You feel me? Get that ring on game.
Thanks, Karan. Appreciate the time.
Hey, thank you.
Joining us now is Adonis Newborn Williams. He is an offensive and defensive lineman for the Indians of Kinston. Adonis, music. You like music?
Yes, sir.
Any favorite kind?
Rap. Hip-hop.
Hip?
Hip-hop.
Whoa, who's a hip-hop singer?
NBA
Rapper?
Youngboy.
Who?
NBA Youngboy.
Oh my gosh, I am so old for this. How about hobbies? What you like to do when you got free time?
Play the game or work out more.
Work out more. Looks like you work out quite a bit. If you could be anything in the whole wide world, what might you be? Dog, cat, tree, fire truck?
Nah, astronaut.
Astronaut.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite class in school?
Reading.
Okay.
ELA.
Okay. If you got a day off, what do you like to do?
Play the game.
Play games? Pizza or spaghetti?
Pizza.
Chicken or hamburgers?
Chicken.
We got some chicken fans in Kinston, don't we? One more question. Biggest influence in your life?
Probably my dad.
Your dad.
Yeah. He can always make it happen.
They do make it happen. All right, man. Appreciate the time. Have a great
problem.
season, Adonis.
Thank you.
Welcome to night 2 of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Scrimmage number 2 on night 2 set to begin. Kinston will take over. Jaden, it's a 4th down right out of the gate. 4th and 4 for the Vikings. Ball is marked at their own 31-yard line. West Brunswick sporting some new uniforms, partner. We'll talk more about those as we go on. Kinston takes a deep shot right off the rip, and it's well covered. So if we can call it that, West Brunswick forces a turnover on downs on the first play. So remember, Kinston took over on 4th down because that's where the South Columbus Ashley scrimmage ended. So West Brunswick gets excellent starting field position with a first down at the 31-yard line of the Vikings. And Jay, we're gonna get our first look at West Brunswick first-year starting quarterback Tristan Williams.
Well, a lot on Tristan's shoulders, right? He's replacing McCray, who had a pretty solid senior year, 1,350 yards passing and 500 rushing.
Boy, how about that surge on first down from West Brunswick? Was that number 2, Jaquel Davis?
Could have been.
The ball carrier?
And he's only
He's only a 10th grader, Jay Bird.
So there's going to be only 5 starters back from last year's 1-9 team. And as you mentioned, new coach Shane Handy trying to reestablish things here at West Brunswick. Wasn't that long ago they were winning 10, 11 games a season, but they've had 2 down years and looking to kind of regroup and renew this season.
JoJo Hamrick, Tyreek Woodard, and Jude Surregal, the receivers on the field for West. Tristan Williams drops back, looking for room to run. He's got a little opening along the right side. Jay, they're going to get a block in the back over there around the 14-yard line. It was a touchdown run, but they're going to get a block in the back over there around the numbers around the 14-yard line over there. So I don't know, Jay, if they mark it off from the spot and it's 10 yards, it's going to be about a 2nd and 4, I think. We'll see.
Williams played a lot of linebacker last year, Sam?
Yeah, he's been primarily a defensive player. He did come in last year several times and run the ball, but he has not played quarterback often.
Well, the big thing, like we were saying, is replacing Javian McCray, and then, of course, Kevon Daniels, one of the premier running backs in the area during his high school career. Last year, 1,400 yards rushing and 517 yards receiving. So some big offensive numbers that are missing this year, but that helps.
There's Davis, Jaquel Davis. He's got a seam. He's got room. He's going to score.
Boom.
Sophomore running back Jaquel Davis scampers in from 24 yards out, and what a start for the Trojans. An early touchdown, 24-yard touchdown run by Jaquel Davis. Good blocking by the offensive line, including, Jay, a recent William and Mary football commit, Mr. Lyndon Clemens.
Yeah, number 65. He was down there in the end zone blocking and celebrating, wasn't he? So Lyndon, a really, really great kid. Good baseball player, too, but going to William and Mary to play football.
Yep, JoJo Hamrick going to handle the place-kicking duties. Tristan Williams is the holder.
JoJo, excellent foot. Can't kick that one, though. Going to let him do it again? Please? No?
So they're just going to say conversion no good. And
Sam,
Jay,
who was the snapper, Sam?
Jay, to be honest with you, I do not know, but it's something to keep an eye on this year because they've had Weston Sharp for so long.
I asked the question wrong. That's what I meant.
He's gone.
Who was the snapper last year?
Weston Sharp.
And if you're a West football follower, you got used to 4 years of perfect snaps.
Jay, this is the God's honest truth. I cannot remember one snap on an extra point, field goal, or punt that was off the mark by Weston Sharp in the last 4 years.
Well, kid was money. Is he playing anywhere?
Richmond.
There you go.
He's at the University of Richmond.
How about that?
Continuing his football career. I know Mr. Travis and Miss Michelle and Sister Isley are proud of Weston, and the West Brunswick defense comes out strong on the first play.
They're Spider fans now, right?
Yep.
I think that was Williams, the number 4, involved in that tackle that time from his linebacker position. So
second down and 10. Kinston quarterback rolls out looking for some running room, makes one man miss, and then he's brought down by a couple of Trojans.
Yeah, one of them is big Jamal Marlowe. I
And
remember him.
Tyreek Woodard, number 6, was involved in that play. He's a senior now.
Kinston coached by Ryan Gieselman. This is his second year. The Vikings were 6-5 last year, averaged 29 points a game, but gave up 31. The East Central 2A Conference lost in the first round of the state playoffs.
Oh, Jay, he ran right by him. Oh, and made the grab, still on his feet. A touchdown saving tackle by number 30, Nicholas Brown, the senior. But, boy, the receiver just ran right by Woodard. It was Cooper who made the catch. Oh, and Jay, I know exactly who that receiver is.
Okay, tell us.
It's Tyreek Cooper, the son of Tyreek Copper. The son of Terrence Copper, who played at East Carolina and in the NFL for about 12 years.
Okay.
And his son, Tyreek, is a stud. I think he's just a sophomore, too.
He is a 10th grader?
Yep. And, Jay, he is
he's
a Power 5 kid, this number 2, Tyreek Cooper.
As a freshman, he caught 339 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns during the season. So that was as a 9th grader.
Yeah, Jay, he's got Power 5 written all over him.
I got a great name, too, Copper.
Yep, Terrence Copper was a heck of a receiver at East Carolina for a long time, and then had a nice career in the NFL as well.
Blood. It's in the blood, huh?
Oh, a little bubble screen, wide open around the right side, and he is going to score. Number 16, Jameer Flowers, touchdown, Kinston. They even the score with West Brunswick, 9-19 into the contest. And the Vikings with a nice response, Jay, after West scored an early rushing touchdown.
Yeah, for West Brunswick, this is kind of deja vu all over again, right? From last season, where they would run up some big numbers offensively, but turn around and have issues and problems holding the other team. So kicker for Kinston. I know the holder is Ross, but not sure who's kicking. Straight ahead, and it didn't work.
So, Jay, we're tied up 6-6 by virtue of this bubble screen touchdown from number 1, Karan Ross, to number 16, Jameer Flowers.
Boy, there really wasn't much anybody on West was going to do about that play.
I mean, Jay, they just had them flat out outnumbered. They had 2 receivers on 2 DBs, and then the kid who caught it. So when you got them outnumbered 3-2, that's one's the ball carrier. That's a good mix.
You know, sometimes we overcomplicate things. Just count helmets.
Yep.
Count hats. Right.
Yep.
By the way, Flowers, the kid that caught that touchdown, he had 5 last year receiving, and he caught almost 500 yards worth of passes.
Coach Gieselman, the head coach at Kinston. That pass was complete over there.
Asher Herring?
My nephew, Asher Herring.
Was getting ready to ask, could that be?
So it was caught, but it was low. He went to the turf to grab it. So Asher now 1 catch for -1 yards. We'll have a nice laugh about that at church tomorrow morning. And Sunday lunch. Tristan Williams drops back, fires a pass across the middle intended for Jude Surigao, and it is incomplete. And, Jay, I know you're familiar with that last name. Jude, the son of John, who played offensive tackle at North Carolina for 5 years and was college teammates with Julius Peppers.
Well, and pretty tall cotton there. And also the cousin of the Surigao guy.
McCullough.
McCullough up at UNCW.
Playing basketball, yeah.
Walked on and still playing. I hope he gets moved up to scholarship if he hadn't already.
late and over the middle is generally not a great idea. That pass was intended for JoJo Hamrick, but falls incomplete. So that will bring on the Trojan punting team. And Jay trotting onto the field for West on the punt team. I don't think he handles the punting duties, but on the punt team is number 7, Timothy Collis Miller. No N there. That's a mistake in the spelling. It's Timothy Collis Miller. His father, Paul, is the assistant general manager for the Charlotte Pirates,
Wow.
our youth football program, and a really, really good man. So rooting for Timmy this year. He's going to see a lot of playing time, the junior receiver and defensive back. Hamrick punts it away. Fair catch at the 48, 49-yard line. Kinston will take over 1st and 10. The fair catch was by number 7, Xavion Kroom, the sophomore running back and defensive back for Kinston. Xavion.
X.
I like it.
Me too.
That's a great name.
Super.
Great name.
Kinston's got a kid on one of the linemen, number 50. You'll call him out this game. Adonis Newborn Williams. He was one of the interviewers.
Yeah.
He's a great kid.
Oh, good block
Oh.
on the edge. Oh, boy.
Hello. Welcome to Charlotte.
Man.
That's
Jay, who was
Woodard.
that on the hit? Woodard. Yep.
Now, is he kin to any of the
I don't
Woodard?
think so. I think
Okay.
different group.
Okay, because there's been a lot of good Woodard, mostly basketball players, but athletes come through. We got something? What do we got?
So it's a penalty against Kinston of some kind. The referee pointed Kinston's way. Maybe a block in the back over there on the perimeter. Yep. So, Jay, a fun fact on Kinston's sophomore receiver, Tyreek Cooper. So, again, his father, Terrence, posted a video of him working out with Tyreek's older brother, who's at East Carolina now. And apparently all these measurables, 40 time, shuttle time, all these drills.
Yeah.
The sophomore at Kinston has better figures
grader.
than his brother,
The
who's
kid
a
at
Division
ECU.
I
Oh, my
receiver.
God.
So, the word is that Tyreek is likely going to have his college paid for in a couple of years.
Perfect.
And I think Ross was just trying to get him the ball there, but he takes off and runs and took a big hit. I tell you what, is that Nicholas Brown, 30? Came up from his safety position and laid the wood.
And if that's Brown, he's just a 10th grader. There are some young kids that are going to get opportunities at West Brunswick this year.
Yes, and Coach Handy in his first year, know a lot of people, Jay, who have been really impressed by the job he's done since he got the job in March.
I've heard nothing but nice things about it.
Old screen, and it's Cooper. Oh, and he lost his footing, and a good job. Somebody, West, who's that line? Is that 35?
Not sure.
Jay, that middle linebacker
There were
made a
some
good play on it.
roster changes. I gave you the updated one for
Yeah.
West Brunswick.
Middle linebacker made a nice play there coming back and
Kind of disrupting thing.
yes, disrupting Copper. Now we're going to have a deep shot. Gosh, Jay hit him right in the gut.
Well, he just went from ECU to
No,
UN?
Copper was down on the bottom of the screen.
that wasn't Copper.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Copper
Well, who was that?
Uh,
The numbers are so. Is it 8?
8, I think.
Yeah.
Devin Holloway.
Yeah, it could be. He is listed as a wide receiver.
I'm pretty sure if it was Copper, Kinston be celebrating in the end zone about now.
Yeah.
No offense to Mr. Holloway, who probably makes that catch way more times than not. Nevertheless, it'll set up a 4th and 6 from the 48-yard line. Kinston needs the 42 of the Trojans for a first down. Ross finds his man. The catch is made, but Jay, I believe he's going to be a yard short. He is. It's going to be a turnover on downs as Garrett Powell signals Trojan football.
Hey, talk about a nice kid. Garrett Powell, number 21. He's a senior defensive back, linebacker. Garrett playing. He's catcher from the baseball team. He'll play anywhere you put him.
You know what? I'm not sure there's ever been a combination of a quieter kid and louder father. I want little man. I hope he goes back and watches this. He knows it's coming from a place of love. Asher Herring, the receiver at the top of the screen for the Trojans.
And
JoJo Hamrick and
who's at quarterback right now, Sam?
that is a freshman, Josiah Borton.
Look at this. Woo.
And that pass was deflected and falls incomplete. And Josiah Borton is a freshman.
Grader. And I have heard, I mean, nothing even close, but excellence, or nothing but excellent things said about him.
Yeah, he's a good ball player,
And a
good
great
baseball
athlete,
player.
yeah.
Just he can run, good, just a good player, good athlete.
He'll probably see some time this year at this position.
I'll tell you what, this
Looky
kid right here
looky
is
here.
good. Jaquel Davis. Remember the name, folks. 10th grader.
10th grader.
Well, Jay, you can see why there's a lot of folks who said with Coach Handy getting this job and some of the pieces they've got between 9th and 10th grade that the Trojans could
Be sneaky?
I think they got a better thing going than a lot of folks. And this year might be a struggle.
Yeah.
And next year could even be a tough go of it, but I'm thinking it's not going to be long, and West is going to be a factor again.
I think that sophomore class, this year's sophomore class, may end up being pretty darn good by the time they're seniors, and maybe before.
Man, Jay,
Back
that was a good 1 yard run. I think they're going to get West for a hold.
So a year ago, number one, Josiah Borton. Now he's out of Cedar Grove, right?
That's correct.
Where was he playing football? In the Pirate League? I mean, the league that your Pirates
Well,
play?
when you play middle school football, you're
Oh, that's
no
a
longer,
separate. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
you go from youth football to middle school, and
Gotcha.
then to high school. But he would have been either a Cedar Grove Bulldog or a Lockwood Folly Chief.
Well, let me tell you, that's a pretty big jump from middle school to varsity quarterback in the ninth grade.
Penalty on the Trojans on that first down snap. It's going to be a 1st and 19. The ball's at the 45-yard line.
I would think if you're Coach Hamby, you'd really love Borton to establish himself so that Williams doesn't have to play both ways. And I don't know what happened that time.
False start.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Borton was looking for that ball. So these are the kinds of plays that I thought we might see more of
yesterday,
night, than we did. And really, tonight's opening scrimmage victory for Ashley was played pretty consistently. So 5:37, right? 5:37 to go here in the quarter.
The Caraway Chick-fil-A count has increased to 2,131 over the course of 2 nights. That's 2,131 for anyone tracking at home.
Is that how many Ripken ate?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
God.
had Jude Surgal down the seam, kind of lost his footing and tried to throw his hands up at the last minute, catch it as he was going to the ground, but I think his feet got tangled up with a member of the Kinston secondary there, so that will set up a 2nd and 24 from midfield.
And guess what? Surgal, a 10th grader.
Gonna be a stud.
Talked about Jaquel Davis, a 10th grader.
The safety who's made those hits, number 30, Nicholas Brown, 10th grader.
10th grader. So a lot of young talent here.
There's
West.
Jaquel, and this time he ran into a brick wall And guess who was in on that play, Jay Bird?
My guy?
Adonis.
Yeah.
And Adonis ain't the only good-looking kid along that Kinston defensive line. 57, Mashawn Pollard, a 10th grader. Beefy kid. Let's see, what's that other number over there? 55. Jakari Myers, a senior. He's a good-looking kid. Kinston has some beef along that defensive front.
Well, they're kind of used to winning football games, right? They did go 6-5 last year, 3-3 in the conference.
So 3rd and 22. Oh, Borton did a good job to corral that snap. He's looking down the field for a man. Throws it. Intended for Aiden Brown, I believe, number 16. But too tall for Aiden Brown, which is quite an accomplishment.
That's a tall guy to miss, right?
Yep, so I believe the Trojan punt team is going to come on the field. They are indeed. JoJo Hamrick leading the way. Tough year last year for West, partner.
Yeah.
1-9. Do you have points against numbers? The real struggle was on the defensive side of the ball. Just had a real tough time stopping anyone.
They did. I mean, what was the game that
shanked it?
The Whiteville game, Sam? Was it like 64-62 or something like that? You know? And that was regulation.
Yeah.
It wasn't overtime. It was
or 4 overtimes.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was right. So yeah, they could score, but they just had a real problem defending.
Jay, I think with probably a good idea on an afternoon like this, I think we just had an official timeout.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah. Which will give us time to shout out the sponsors for this event, Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband. I feel like we know a few folks over at Focus Broadband.
Well, they're very much a part of the community, right?
Yeah.
In so many ways.
Yep, so many ways.
You know Michael Lewis?
I do indeed.
And Michael Lewis, of course, is a part of that, and he's also a part of our church. Michael Lewis can sing like a bird.
Who knew?
I know.
Apparently.
The congregation knows. That cat can sing, man. He really can.
And speaking of Aiden Brown,
yep,
his father, Rodney, is the branch manager
Yeah.
of Farm Bureau Insurance. And he told me earlier this week, and this is just like Rodney, he's such a humble, nice guy. I just reached out to him after the media day luncheon and said, I just wanted to let you know how impressed I was. Good job, job well done once again. And he said, Sam, I don't do a thing except sign the check. And I said, important. Well, that's important too. And first of all, I don't believe you. I know Rodney, his involvement entails more than just that. But really, we could go on the rest of the night and talk about Farm Bureau and Focus Broadband, their involvement in the community. And
doesn't T.J. Spivey work there?
He does.
And he's
Farm Bureau.
very much a part of this bash.
Yep.
Him and Coach Fletcher.
Yep, little pop pass, jet sweep.
Uh-oh.
16 couldn't quite get there to make the play. It was that Aiden, 15, Tyler Rodriguez couldn't quite get there to make the tackle. But other Trojans were there to make the play, including 41. Harrison Doherty, his father Tim, very much involved in the youth sports scene in Charlotte and Southern Brunswick County. Great family.
That was a great hit that time by number 20 that I have as Gene Evans, who's a 10th grader.
Yeah, Trey
Gene Evans.
Yep. And there's Copper.
Uh-oh.
Ran by Tyler Rodriguez and pulls in a catch for about 30 yards.
Yeah, Tyler, don't be ashamed about that. Yeah, that's something you might be able to tell your kids one day. Yeah, I defended him. He beat me on that one. And it was a nice throw, by the way.
Sure it was.
That was Ross. Curon Ross, I believe.
Who you met Tuesday at the luncheon.
Exactly, along with the big guy.
Nope. He's got running room, kind of tiptoeing his way over toward the sideline.
A.C. Simmons?
A.C. Simmons, not A.C. Slater.
That's a
A.C. Simmons.
I like that name.
Send us a like if you picked up on the A.C. Slater reference. If you can tell us what show that's from, you can come to the Jamboree and buy yourself a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
I even know that one. Ring my chimes or something
Saved
like
by
that.
the Bell?
Okay, that's close.
Yeah, Ring My Chimes.
Yeah.
That was the prequel.
Yeah.
3:02 left in the opening quarter. False start.
Tell you what, Ross looks pretty quick out there, doesn't he? Checking
Jay,
in.
you know, I wonder, looking at this West roster, with all the 10th graders, is there anybody left on the JV team?
I don't know. You'd have to talk to Coach about that. Another one of those 10th graders just checked in for West, Josiah Sneed. Big defensive lineman. So I think youth at West Brunswick this year will get their opportunities and more.
Some hitting going on down there in this second scrimmage of the night.
It's our buddy A.C. Simmons again on the catch that time. Rodriguez got him that time, the junior. Tyler, defensive back, also listed as a quarterback, so a little bit of depth for Coach Hamby.
What we got here, Jay? Second and goal from about the 9-yard line.
Yeah, they're calling it. Well, they're calling it 2nd and 9, but I'm not sure. I think that is inside.
Yeah, it's goal to go.
Chains haven't moved. Yeah.
Jay, that's a false start. It looks like the line's getting going before the ball snaps. So, and Jay, those are some of the things, again, that we expected maybe a little more of last night. Just some timing, procedural type mix-ups in early season scrimmages, not uncommon, right?
No, not at all. You know, and that's one of the principal reasons they have preseason, right? And the workouts and the drills and just walk through these plays until you just do them without even thinking. Man, there's some big guys on that line for Kinston High School.
Ooh. Jay, you know, I was just peeking down at the West Brunswick sideline as Ross was brought down near the line of scrimmage. Asher Herring is just beginning his senior year on the West football team. That was 5 years ago now that he hopped in the car and rode with us around to different places. He was in the 7th grade.
Come on, really?
I remember he went with us when West played New Hanover in the second round of the playoffs.
Yep.
And a couple other trips. Yeah.
Nice kid, but he's cheap. He didn't pay any gas.
Sure didn't.
Yeah, but
and neither did I, for that matter.
Tackled that time by Javante Daniels, who's been active the last couple. And who's that? Hey, AC.
Yes, touchdown pass from Ross to number 3, A.C. Simmons from 13 yards out. Kinston moves ahead 12-6.
And, hey, Sam, that was a bullet that time.
Yes, it
Ross.
was.
Yeah. Well-thrown ball and a nice catch by Simmons. Yeah, Simmons has had that drive. I think he had 3 catches.
He did. AC, always catching. Yeah.
It works.
When you give it a 6, 5, lower.
No. I give a lot for effort. Maybe we'll get another chance to see always catching here again, and that's
Kinston is probably going to be rethinking this.
A lot of 2-point conversions this year.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
for,
thinking so.
for the Vikes.
When you got Ross and Copper and
Yeah.
Simmons out there, I think I might be
Get
going.
on the ball.
Yeah,
right?
run this play
watch
that
him.
you're about to see on your screen.
Watch Ross rifle this and boom. It's just a well-designed play, great throw, and a outstanding catch by Simmons, and a little bit of traffic that time. So good concentration by both. And that, you said that puts Kinston up
12-6
in this scrimmage. Okay.
Yep, but the visitors still trailing by a cool 62 points.
Got a little ways to go
with the cumulative score. Josiah Borton in at quarterback again. Oh. So, Jay, speaking of timing being off, it was Asher Herring in motion. They faked the pop pass, and then Borton kind of ran into the running back, or the running back ran into him. It's more like it, and he was dropped for a loss.
Well, that's our fault. All that car time we had with him, we should have done a much better job of preparing him for this moment, Sam Hickman. Well, anyway, Asher will live for another day, and I suspicion there'll be a lot of times this season that Asher will be on the positive side of the picking up yardage. Well, looky here.
There's a big hole. Look at him rumbling across the 40-yard line. Jay, is that Deshaun Fullwood, the senior running back? I believe it is, number 33.
Let me tell you, that looked like old Smash Mouth West Brunswick football for sure.
I thought that was Kevon Daniels back there
kidding.
for a second.
Blasting off the left side of that offensive line. And then looking like, I'm not sure if I'm a defender. I want to have anything to do with that guy.
Borton going to keep it around the right side. He's got running room. He can run with it. Still on his feet inside the 40 to the 39. A pickup of 17 yards, maybe 18, and another West Brunswick first down.
And that's what this kid can do. The athleticism you were talking about, Sam, abundant with Josiah Borton.
And Jay, he's a ninth grader. Ninth grader running the football like that. It was such a good run, we're going to have to take a break and talk about it. We'll be back for the start of the second quarter. Kinston leading West Brunswick 12-6 here at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. And we're back for the start of the second quarter. West Brunswick on the move inside the Kinston 40-yard line. 12 minutes left in the second scrimmage of the night between the Trojans and the Kinston Vikings. Oh, Deshaun Fullwood this time got tracked down by the backside defensive end. Still picked up a couple of yards to about the 36, maybe the 37. Yeah, 2nd and 8 from the 37.
Looked like a number 19 on the stop, but I do not have a 19 on my Kingston roster. So,
Jay, I think.
Or do you see it? Maybe I
No.
missed it. I know it's not Johnny Unitas, okay? And nobody out here watching knows who Johnny Unitas is. So.
Shame on them.
Yeah.
Borton drops back. Thinking about scrambling. He is going to take off and run and picks up a couple of yards to about the the 36-yard line, setting up a 3rd and 7. 2 downs to get 7 yards here, partner. How's that?
Well, and you got some weapons out there offensively to do that. Certainly Borton has shown the ability. We know Jaquel Davis can run. And Fullwood ripped off a good run here just a few minutes ago. So different ways to go here.
Third and 7, ball's at the 36. Looked like a little confusion there, partner.
I think so too.
Borton just kind of lowered his head and bowled his way to the 32-yard line.
I'm pretty sure that's not how Coach
No, that'll set
Andy,
up
drew it up.
That'll set up a 4th and 3.
I did make a little something out of nothing, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the way that play was designed. I see Davis coming into the game now, so
with the hot pink gloves.
Yeah, sweet.
Gotta like those. Fourth and 3, ball's at the 32-yard line. West with 2 tight ends, 2 receivers. He's got it, and then some. Jaquel Davis trying to score. He's brought down inside the 5 at the 3-yard line. A gain of 29 yards and a West Brunswick first down. Jay, every time he has touched it, something good has happened.
Kid's got he's got some game. Now he's a sophomore. Was he on the JV team last year, Sam, or freshman team?
Sure.
Not sure, but wherever he looks in midseason form. That was Kroom, Xavion Kroom on the stop that time. Another 10th grader for Kinston.
So first and goal from the 3. Davis with Borton in the shotgun. Davis has got it. He is in there. Jaquel Davis with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the contest. 9:24 left in the 2nd quarter of this scrimmage, and the Trojans have knotted up the score at 12. Boy, welcome to West Brunswick, Jaquel Davis. He has introduced himself to the Trojan faithful with authority here this evening.
I'll tell you what, he ran hard on that play, but he had some help from the big guys up front. So Joseph Hamrick in for the point after.
JoJo showing off the leg there. And, Jay, that extra point actually puts West Brunswick ahead 13-12.
That's right.
123-54, the Mid-Eastern Conference teams lead. And, man, Jay, what a beautiful, beautiful field they play this event on. Look at this. This is the run that set up the touchdown run. It was 4th and 3. Jaquel Davis, boom, right through the middle of the line. And then here is the touchdown.
He's so quick. We missed it. He's so quick. You missed it.
He's that fast, folks.
Yeah, he's that fast.
So this was the 4th and 3 run. Tried to split the safeties, but got tracked down at the 3-yard line. And then West had a 1st and goal from the 3, and you're looking at that on your screen now. Hand off to Davis again. Just bullied his way across the goal line for a touchdown. JoJo Hamrick tacked on the extra point. Trojans lead 13-12.
Yeah, big LJ Bellamy up front busting heads that time.
Kinston keeps it on the ground on 1st down and picks up a decent little chunk of yardage, about 5 yards to the 30-yard line.
Kayvon Freeman, or number 70 for Kinston. We don't have sizes, but Sam's eyes will tell you he's a biggin. Looks like 78 out there on the right tackle. Kennedy, big guy too. Can't teach tall, can't teach big, Sam.
So, Jay, 8 minutes and 53 seconds left in the 2nd quarter of the 2nd scrimmage of the night. Let's backtrack a little bit. Your takeaways from tonight's 1st scrimmage between South Columbus and Ashley.
Well, impressive effort by Ashley.
I thought so, too.
Yeah, a team that's, continuing to rebuild, but it looks like Coach Lombardi, maybe the kids are starting to buy in and get settled in, and they that was a pretty good game this evening, pretty good effort against South Columbus. Now, you know, that's a 4A school against essentially a 1A school. So, you know, you've got that as part of the equation. But no, a good effort, a real good effort by the Screaming Eagles. They came across the bridge tonight, and they'll have a nice ride home.
So Jay, I'm gonna scoot back to this game. I'm being told that Jaquel Davis is the younger brother of Javen Peanut McRae, the
Whoa.
Trojan quarterback from the last couple of years.
Really? Wow, that says a lot.
And I remember hearing about him having a little brother who was a stud running back at Charlotte Middle. So now it makes perfect sense.
Now it makes perfect sense.
Oh, Ross went to throw it and then impressively kind of slammed on the brakes and, surprise, surprise, got it to Tyreek Copper over on the far sideline.
He ain't copper. He's gold, man.
Jay, I'm going to set the over-under at 50 catches. We're going to say a 10-game regular season.
Yeah.
And who knows with the playoffs. I'm going to set the over-under at 50 catches for Copper. What do you take? That'd be 5 a game. I'm going to take the over.
I'll take the over.
Yep. Okay, we're going to come back to that
He
later in
had
the season.
339 yards receiving last year, so
He'll double that.
That's probably a good 20 catches, right?
Yeah.
Or 20? No, probably more like 30 catches.
Yeah, I'll take the over as well. Screen.
Pressure. Uh-oh.
West trying to drag him down from behind, and they do.
Who's at the bottom there?
20 was there. Trey Evans in on that tackle.
Is it 55? Jafrin
Ortegoza.
Ortegoza? It's a great name. Sean Brown, big guy coming off.
I tell you, that jailbreak screen is a pretty play, isn't it?
Yeah, when they run it, it's kind of neat.
Boy, Laney's got that play down.
That's
with
what I
that
heard.
Hampton Roderick and
Dr.
Colby
Maurer.
Little.
Mike Maurer was telling me about that earlier this evening. You'll hear
Ross is going to keep it. Runs right into Aiden Brown. Did he get enough for the first down? Yes, it appears so. First down. Yep.
Big Mike's going to sit in for me the final 2 games of the night, and he picked a couple of good contests, particularly the one right after this. Whiteville against North Brunswick.
Yeah.
2 teams that have definite playoff aspirations. I would think North would be a heavy favorite out of the conference to represent the 3A in the state playoffs. And they're going to have a good overall record, too. They just got to figure out a way to deal with Hoggard, New Hanover, Laney, right? And something.
Dead ball, offsides against West Brunswick. Someone lined up in the neutral zone, so that'll make it a 1st and 5 with 7:23 left in this scrimmage.
Okay, what we pumping now? Nachos?
With cheese and chili?
Ooh.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Anybody out there listening,
They've got T-shirts.
hit that hospitality tent for us, would you?
Where is the hospitality tent? Is it?
Apparently it's in the field house.
The field house.
I
Okay.
say tent, but
Which is a magnificent structure. They really
Jay.
beautified this stadium.
oh, they only marked off 4 yards. There we go.
Well, they're practicing too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shaking off the rust for football. Probably been a lot of these guys probably umpire baseball. I mean, they're
Ross drops back. He's under heavy duress, and he's going to be sacked back there.
4-4.
It was 44. Jacob Rumsey. Who else was involved there? 61, I believe. Nick Churko was involved in that sack. Churko.
Well, the Trojans, have settled down a wee bit defensively, don't you think, Sam, after that opening touchdown? And got a big play here, 2nd and 14. Don't want to let them out of this hole they're in.
Ross gets the screen over to the right side, but West all over it. And West, Jay, this is an interesting one. It's a hold on Kinston. Do you want the 3rd and 14, or do you want the 2nd and 24? Coach Combs?
I think I'd take 3rd and 14. What about you? Got some confidence in your defense?
I don't want Kinston having 2 chances to throw it to Tyreek Copper.
Yeah.
We'll take our shot with 1 3rd and 14 if I was in charge. Hey, and me and Coach Handy are on the same page here. Jay, remember that Clayton team that Coach Handy brought here in the 3rd round of the state playoffs?
I sure do.
Boy, what a football game that was.
That was a fine game.
Man, and West had Monzel Campbell. And Clayton was really the first team all year that was really able to corral him. He got his yards, but they never.
He had a phenomenal year for a kid that nobody gave 2 chances at the beginning of the season.
Yep. It was a really special year he had. That was the COVID year. They played in the spring. And West, I think, beat Union Pines in the first round of the playoffs, or Chapel Hill.
They got a couple, yeah.
And then Clayton came to town. And
where did Monsell end up going? Do you know?
So he played at Ferrum, and it seems like I just heard that he's now going to Anderson.
Well,
does he have some kind of connection there?
Interesting.
For his former playing for kind of his former high school head coach.
Yeah, that's neat.
Brett Hickman.
That's neat. You were telling me that the facility that they're building down at Anderson doesn't take a back seat.
And don't hold me to that Monzel news, but I'm almost certain somebody told me that. And it actually wasn't Brett, it was somebody else. So I need to fact check that one.
You make a phone call, you probably know. But unless you just violated some NCAA recruiting law. I hope not.
Jay,
but the
you
facility,
could violate an NCAA rule breathing.
Yeah. But the new place, the stadium they're building down there is world class, isn't it?
It is nice. Really nice.
For a Division II, it's going to be the place.
So Tristan Williams back in the game at quarterback. Deshaun Fullwood back in the game at tailback. And Fullwood fights his way out across the 40 to the 43-yard line. A pickup of 25 yards and a West Brunswick first down.
Hey, you know, the old guys say, hey, wait a minute, youngsters. Fullwood a senior. Williams a senior. They say, hey, we can do this too, so sit down a little bit and learn.
Jay, I got to tell you, pleasantly surprised by the Trojans tonight.
Yeah,
after a 1-9 season and wasn't sure who was going to play where. You know, I mean, I know the coaches did. I feel like they've acquitted themselves well here this season.
I heard their practices have been crisp. They've been defined. And make no mistake, you know, who's running the show. And it seems like the kids, you know, have responded appropriately. Or accordingly, I guess, maybe better put. But
Coach Handy, none too pleased with that false start penalty.
I didn't see your interview with him, Sam. Did you get a chance to talk to him?
I did.
How was it?
I did, and I had a chance to have another conversation with him there for a few minutes. He's just a really engaging guy.
He is.
He's got a daughter who is a senior. Now, she stayed at Clayton.
Yeah.
Where she was her first few years. She's at the top of her class, a standout volleyball player. Tristan Williams bobbled the snap. And, Jay, look at this. Bobbled the snap and ends up picking up about, 12 yards out of it. So
that happens sometimes when you muff the punt.
Yeah.
And you cover.
There's so much chaos. Yeah.
But anyway, his daughter's
top of her class, a standout volleyball player, wants to go to Clemson. And when you could just hear how proud of her he is, and as he should be.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, I mean, I think Coach Handy knows, like any other coach embarking on a rebuild, there is no magic dust you sprinkle on the program. And I mean, it takes time.
It does.
It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. He's well aware of that.
Yeah,
but look, Coach Handy's won at Randleman. He's won at Clayton. The man knows what he's doing, as does Deshaun Fullwood.
Man, Deshaun making a case for some more PT for sure.
Two-headed monster in the Trojan backfield, Fullwood and Davis.
That's a quarterback's best friends outside of good left tackle, right? It's a couple of backs you can get the ball to.
5 minutes and 34 seconds left in the scrimmage. West trying to score for the third time tonight. Fullwood comes off. Jaquel Davis goes in. The bubblegum gloves. Can't mistake those.
Oh, that's nice defense that time. Who is that?
Woodard slung down for a loss of yardage by number 12, Javen Dixon, the junior defensive end, brought him to the turf.
You know, if he could have evaded Dixon, might have had some room to run, right? But Dixon made a big-time play. By the way, talking about Clemson, you know what the N stands for in Clemson? Knowledge.
Love it.
By the way, one of my dear friends who's a Clemson graduate, was the one that told me.
Knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge.
I like that one. Oh, Williams kept it, and nobody knows it, I don't think, except for the cornerback over there that was fighting off the block of JoJo Henry. That was a heck of a fake.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how they liked the way he was tackled that time. That was after he was down, unless it was something they saw, well, they're coming back the other way.
I think it was a hold on Hamrick.
Yeah, there you go.
I believe Coach Gieselman and the Vikings are going to take that penalty. And Coach Handy wants a timeout to talk about it. And, Jay, this could get animated. He's intense, man. He's an intense dude.
Yeah.
Look, Jay.
Hey, if I didn't know better, that's my wife because she talks with her hands all the time.
Yeah, man. He is detail-oriented and serious about his craft, and I knew when that timeout was called after about the third penalty of this drive that it was going to get
a little
loud.
Intense.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, my man Drake carrying the water there is little brother Lucas is on our Charlotte Pirates football team and a member of the Coach Pitch Yankees. Drake, you're supposed to pass out the water, not drink
it.
Come on, man. We're going to have to talk to Tim and Mallory about that.
Well, let me tell you.
Hey, he's young. He's young.
When Coach started ranting and raving, the water guy ran to the other side.
Yeah.
Got out of there.
So Drake's smart.
Yeah.
We know that much.
What's his last name?
Long, I think.
Long, nice. That's a great name. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, I like Drake. He's a nice fella.
Drinking the water he's supposed to be handing out.
Hey, it is hot. I can't say I blame him. There's Davis around the left side. Look, Jay, still on his feet. Look at this kid. Man.
He's kind of looking special, don't you think?
Kinston hasn't been able to quell Jaquel.
Woo. Woo.
Be here all night, folks.
Yeah. All week at the Holiday Inn.
Cameraman Ian Lopez looking a little frosty outside today.
He
needs a winter jacket out there.
My hero. That kid.
Most impressive performance of the evening thus far.
With us, yeah.
Man, for the first time tonight, Kinston able to stand up Jaquel Davis at the line. Still picked up a yard or two. That's going to set up about a 4th and 4 for the Trojans with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left in the contest. Jay, couple shout-outs. West Brunswick class of 2034 member and class of 2036 member, Hulk and Winnie Sue Hickman in the house tonight. So not at home listening, but hello anyway.
That's
like to be able to go back and show them on Facebook where I said their names on TV. They think that's the coolest thing in the world.
Winnie could get down there and cheer with them right now. And Huck might be able to play.
Williams drops back. He's going to run for it. Whoa!
Put that shoulder
Lowers
down.
his shoulder and runs over a Kinston defender on his way for the first down yardage.
He hit Christian Ham, and the ham turned into bacon on that one. That was a great, you got to remember that Williams is a linebacker playing quarterback, right?
Yes, yes, that's right.
Put that shoulder down and bang.
And remember, Tristan Williams played a lot of defense as a sophomore, Brett's last year.
He did?
As a head coach. So he had he's still in the middle of it, but promising career at West Brunswick. Done a nice job for him, Tristan has.
Absolutely.
My man Jaquel on the carry, bounces it out right. Got a chance to score, dropped about a yard shy of the goal line, but a heck of a run by Davis. And, Jay, Jaquel Davis may have snuck up on us here tonight, but after this film gets out, he won't sneak up on anybody else this year. This kid can go.
I'd like to know how big he is. He doesn't look all that big, but, sometimes when you get up close to him, you can be tall and small and short and big.
There he goes again, fighting for some extra yardage. He's marked short. The clock continues to run. We're approaching the 2-minute mark here in the second scrimmage of the evening.
You know what I like about Davis, too, Sam? He's carried the ball a lot here this evening, taking some pretty good hits, and he's held on to that football.
Yep, every time.
Yep. Hope I didn't just jinx it.
Little bit of a high snap.
Yeah,
Williams kept it.
Nice call.
Williams kept it. They tackled Davis around the goal line, but Williams kept it and ran it in himself. So touchdown Trojans increases their lead to 19-6, I do believe.
Yep. They tack on the extra point here.
I'll tell you what, I think the Mid-Eastern Conference teams got together after last year and they said, look, guys, after blowing that big lead.
And being disavowed from conference.
And we're dissolved now. We've got to come back with a vengeance and make our presence known.
They're like the Pac-10. Here today, gone tomorrow, right? So,
Jay, I tell you, this is the truth. I can't keep that conference stuff straight anymore.
I can't either.
This is the run that set up the Trojan touchdown. Jaquel Davis tripped up at the 1-yard line.
Wonderful balance.
And then West had this first down run.
That was, earlier.
Yeah, that was Davis's touchdown run from earlier. Tristan Williams scored this most recent one.
He is a quality running back for sure, Sam. So, who does West opens up? I think with Carolina Forest.
Yeah,
maybe,
not next week, but the next
2 weeks.
The Whiteville Wolfpack and the North Brunswick Scorpions on deck. What do you think, Jay Byrne? Well, first, here was the touchdown run. Watch the whole defense converge on Davis. Whoop! And Jude Sarah had a nice block at the line of scrimmage. Oh. That pass complete. Nice tackle from behind. That was 32 on the tackle, Javante Daniels. One minute and 15 seconds left in the ball game, or left in the second scrimmage of the night. Mid-Eastern Conference teams have outscored the visitors 130-54 through almost 6 complete scrimmages. Kenston going to keep it on the ground. Nice play. Came up and made a nice play. Who do we got there, Jay? Something two. 22, Hayden Bias, the outside linebacker, comes up and makes a big tackle.
Sam, here's what you need to know for the next scrimmage, which is Whiteville and North Brunswick. Whiteville last year 12-2, North Brunswick 11-2. Whiteville 17 starters back. North Brunswick 14 starters back, including quarterback T.T. Green and the big man, Eric Mosley, the running back. So that's those are two teams that have really, really legitimate and excellent shots to make some noise, not only in their respective conferences, but in the state playoffs.
Jay, I think that'll do it, Phil. The clock is going to expire on the sixth scrimmage of the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. West Brunswick outscores Kinston 20-6, and the Mideastern Conference has a 130-54 advantage through six scrimmages. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with you for Whiteville against North Brunswick. So far tonight, 2 down, 2 to go. Over 2 nights, we have now 6 down, 2 to go. Jay, always fun, partner.
Appreciate it. Dr. Mike's going to sit in for the last 2 and do his usual great job, but don't turn that dial. You got 2 more quality scrimmages to watch here tonight on Focus.
We will be right back with you. Sam Hickman and Dr. Mike Maurer will bring you Whiteville, North Brunswick, then East Platen, South Brunswick. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got more football right after the break.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to be named one of America's best insurance companies by Forbes. The difference is our people and our local award-winning service. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what we do best.
In need of more speed? Upgrade to Focus Broadband's Gigabit Internet and experience lightning-fast speeds for all your online needs. And as a local company with local customer service, we're just around the corner and a quick phone call away.
Sometimes, the simplest things have the biggest impact. At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we feel the same about home and auto coverage, affordable rates, trusted service, and local agents. After all, having an impact in your life helps you do the same in another's. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
At Focus Broadband, we know what it means to serve our local community. We've provided communication services to southeastern North Carolina for over 65 years. From the early days of telephone to high-speed fiber optic internet, we've made advancements to stay at the top of our class, with a goal to provide our customers with the best service around. And unlike larger corporations, we focus on the community, giving back to local schools and organizations. Focus Broadband. We are focused on serving you.
And we're back for the third scrimmage of the night. Whiteville faced a fourth and about 15 from around its own 25-yard line. So Whiteville head coach J.P. Price just punts it away. And North Brunswick made the fair catch around the 40-yard line. So we'll get our start with the Scorpions on offense. Mid-Eastern Conference leading by 70-plus points. But, Mike, this is one of the marquee matchups over the two nights. We've got North Brunswick and Whiteville. They combined for 20-plus wins a year ago. Whiteville made a deep run in the playoffs. North won playoff games, so this one should be fun.
Yeah, both teams really heavily stacked with seniors and juniors. So you got guys that have had a lot of playing time. Really kind of excited to see this.
Whoa, Whiteville number 2, Amadius Morris, senior middle linebacker, just sprinted through the hole and nailed the running back as soon as he got the handoff. It was, who was that on the carry? I couldn't quite tell. 5, maybe, Jabril DeShiel. I didn't get a good look at it. But returning quarterback, number 3, T.T. Green.
Yeah, he had a big year last year.
Sure did.
I know we did a couple of their games, and he was just slinging it all over.
North returning a lot of key playmakers off a team that was really, really good last year. Green sprints around the right side, throws it deep, but the North receivers did not turn around.
Yeah, it looked like a little miscommunication there. They ran very similar routes, and they stopped the routes at about the same spot. Honestly, that was a great coverage by Whiteville there, and he really just kind of threw it up there. Even if the guys were there, it was great coverage because they had 2 defenders back there.
Was Michael Green and Timothy White were the 2 North receivers that were in very close proximity to each other. So that will set up a 3rd and 15 from the 34-yard line. Actually, 3rd and 16. Ball's at the 34. North needs midfield for a first down. T.T. Green drops back. Lofts a pass high over the middle.
Wow.
One-handed grab by number 10, Aiden Talley. What a grab, and the receiver is down.
Yeah, that's a tough play. I mean, he strung out for it, fingertip grab. Hopefully he's all right. Those are definitely the types that'll knock the wind out of you.
Man, what a catch.
And, no shocker there. Green, seasoned quarterback, has the arm to get it, down the field as far as you need it to. An amazing catch by the receiver.
Yeah, just an incredible.
And he throws kind of a floater. It's just kind of up in the air there and just, wow.
Yeah, good to see the receiver Talley walk off the field on his own power, and a big gain there of about 35 yards for North Brunswick. So a minute into this one, and the Scorps are in business inside the Whiteville 30. There's big number 13, Eric Mosley, rumbles inside the 25 to about the 22-yard line, 21-yard line. We will give him 7 yards, set up a 2nd and 3.
Yeah, that was a great little sweep play to the short side. Props to number 4, Timothy White from North. He's a receiver, but he blocked like a lineman on that. He locked up in there, drove his guy back, didn't let him make a play.
Call it 2nd and 4 from the 22. Mosley again, right up the middle. Enough for the first down and then some. They're going to rule him down at around the 11-yard line. So it'll be first down North.
So far, North picking up where they left off last year, that's for sure.
No doubt about it. That offense just humming along with T.T. Green under center. They've had a Green at quarterback for quite some time. It was T.T.'s older brother, R.J., the signal caller for Brian Davis early in his tenure at North, and now little brother TT running the show. Give to Mosley. And this time, Whiteville stands him up pretty good around the 8-yard line. Still picked up around 3 or 4 yards. That'll set up a 2nd and 7 from about the 9.
Yeah, Whiteville started with some pretty good composure on defense. Got him into that deep 3rd and long. Hopefully try to get a reset here, right here at the goal line. Or in the red zone. Sorry, they're not at the goal line.
About 3 minutes into our penultimate scrimmage on night 2 of the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. Scoreless so far in this one. This is the first possession of this game. North Brunswick keeps it on the ground. That was Mosley again, brought down at the 6-yard line, picks up a couple of yards. And it's going to set up around a 3rd and 5 from the 6 or 7-yard line. North needs to get to the 2 for a first down.
Yeah, actually, this is a pretty good position to be in. You're already probably thinking, particularly in a scrimmage, 2 plays to get 5 yards and a first down to then set up 3 to 4 plays for the touchdown.
3rd down. TT Green keeps it. Wow. He's still on his feet.
They call it forward progress.
First down, North Brunswick. TT Green was wrestled down at the 1-yard line, but it was enough for the first down yardage and is going to set up a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line for the Scorpions of North Brunswick.
That's a tough break for North there. He looked like he was churning his feet, but Whiteville was able to kind of stop him just long enough to get the whistle. Ooh. Held him up again.
Stopped at the, oh no, he rolls touchdown. Say Eric Mosley was over the goal line and in for a touchdown. So North Brunswick strikes first. 6-0 Scorpions advantage. 7:51 left in the first quarter of our 3rd scrimmage of the night.
You know, we have this saying in rugby, ball never lies. So that maybe that's what that was right there. You know, TT should have scored, didn't get the call. That one was another close one, but they got that one.
And that is the old Rasheed Wallace saying in basketball, ball don't lie, and it certainly did not there as the extra point is up, and it splits the uprights to put North Brunswick ahead 7-0 in this one, increases the Mid-Eastern Conference lead, and it was actually number 5, Jabril DeShiel, on the touchdown carry, not 13, Eric Mosley. He'll certainly have plenty of those before the year is out, but that was number 5, Jabril DeShiel, the senior tailback who scored from a yard out for the Scorpions.
Yeah, like we were saying, that was just North kind of picking up right where they left off, drove down the field, faced a little adversity early on, but didn't let it phase them and kind of walked their way in there.
So speaking of experienced quarterbacks, Whiteville's got one in number 6, the senior Luke Odom. He was one of the leading rushers in Whiteville's conference a year ago and back, but there is a fumbled snap, and Odom just has to recover it, and he's dropped down at the 16-yard line, a loss of 9 yards on first down. And Mike, it didn't look like a bad snap, just kind of went right through his hands.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of eyeing up, trying to read the defense before he caught it. That classic, that trope they say about wide receivers, don't think about the run or the touchdown before you catch the ball. It's kind of like that. Hey, get him out now, get him out today, because the season starts soon.
And 2nd and 19 now for the Wolfpack. As Odom looks to the sideline to head coach J.P. Price for the play. The play clock all the way under 5.
He's going to have to call timeout.
Oh, they're going to reset it.
I was
Okay.
going to say, maybe
yeah,
it was
I thought the same thing.
Hey, you know what?
Right?
Get it out now, right? The season starts soon.
Yep. Handoff up the middle. Whiteville with a crease. Blocked that really well. Got about 9 of those yards back, 8 or 9 of those yards back to make it at least a more manageable third down. Still tough at 3rd and 11, but after staring at a 2nd and 19, Whiteville now has a 3rd and 11 from its own 24-yard line.
Kind of like this. Whiteville gets set quick, but then gets the play in, so it's harder for North to get their subs in if they wanted to. Oh.
The receiver kind of fell down as the ball was getting close to him. The intended receiver was number 10, Montrez Holland, but he wasn't able to corral the 3rd down pass from Odom. And Whiteville will have to bring on the punt team, 3 and out on the first possession of the game for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, anytime you get a loss of 9 yards on a simple little mistake, it really does kind of set you back, set that drive back. Not a lot of opportunity to come back from that unless you get a couple big chunk plays. It's essentially a down and distance play just for one little mistake.
Quite an interesting look on punt return right here.
I feel like this is more just to game the dead ball.
Yeah, like they have someone everywhere it could be punted.
And that's what yesterday I was a little confused because early on we didn't see any of the returners charging balls that maybe were 50-50 or less. But there's no you're not penalized for trying to charge it, knock it down, and get it right. So I think that's just a little gamesmanship of the rules this weekend there by North, because there is no way they would do that in the actual game.
No, I know, it's just funny to see lined up in punt return like that. You never would see that in the actual game setting. So quite an interesting look.
It's a close game, so every yard counts, Sam.
Yep, you got that right. T.T. Green keeps it. He's got running room, partner, spins his way out of a tackle and dropped at the 41-yard line, a gain of about 14 yards and a North Brunswick first down.
See, the rugby player in me, it was 2-on-2, but both guys keyed him. If he pitches that ball, they're off to the races. Now, you get penalized a lot more in football if something bad goes with that pitch, but
bubble screen out to the left.
Great blocking.
Was caught, and the receiver dragged out of bounds at around the 36-yard line.
North going with a little bit of tempo here. You can see it there, disrupt Whiteville a little bit. Their sub got in there kind of late.
2nd and 3. The North offense has found a rhythm early. They are just getting chunks of yardage.
Oh. Is that a lot? Okay.
Ruled incomplete. So it'll be 3rd and 3 now.
It's a little tough up here in the booth. We can't hear the whistle. Sometimes we're outside the press box and you can hear the whistle. So when there's a little chaos going on, you don't really know until the ref.
Kind of waiting on some signal of some kind.
How do you think North's going to do this year? What's your expectation?
I just can't see a scenario where they're going to lose many games with all these kids they've got coming back. Eric Mosley, right? Oh, he ran into the referee.
Wow.
Referee probably cost him a touchdown right there, but I guess that's a break that can go against you, I reckon.
Part of the game, right?
Yep, Mosley was certainly off to the races. Official made a nice play on the Whiteville defense there, bringing him down for a.
Hey, sometimes they say sometimes you're playing against 12 guys, right? If you're not getting the calls, that's more of a figurative sense. That was a literal 12th man on the field for Whiteville.
Mosley just ran right into him. Oh, a little mix-up there, and T.T. Green tries to, as Jake Holmes likes to say, tried to make chicken salad out of it. Couldn't do much. Maybe got back to the original line of scrimmage as we're at the 5-minute and 22-second mark of the first quarter here between North Brunswick and Whiteville at M.H. Rourke Stadium, the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Dr. Mike Maurer on the call with us for the last two scrimmages of the night, just as he was last night for Laney, Wallace, Rose Hill, and East Duplin Hoggard. Stop route complete inside the 10-yard line to about the 7 or 8. Good for about 6 or maybe 7 yards.
North just rinsing and repeating, right? This looks almost exactly like the last drive that they had.
Yes, it does. Well said. Actually, they're all the way
even
to the
with
6.
the 3rd and 5 with opportunity for a first down before having to work on the goal line. It's history repeating itself.
We are going to have a timeout on the field by North Brunswick before this 3rd and 3 snap from the 7-yard line. Like Mike said, North can get the first down yardage without scoring here. It's not a goal-to-go situation. Ball's at the 7-yard line. North needs the 4 for a first down. We're going to run through the scrimmages so far from last night. So Northside, Jacksonville, and Topsail. Topsail was victorious 27-14. New Hanover 14-7 winners over Havelock. Laney 28-21 over Wallace Rose Hill, and what was arguably at least the best game or most entertaining game of the Bash at the Beach Jamboree so far. Hoggard 14-0 over East Duplin, and then tonight we had Ashley over South Columbus 27-0, and then West Brunswick over Kinston 20-12.
A lot of football the last 2 days.
A lot of football.
You're working on your 4th game at this point, Sam.
I'm telling you. That wide receiver screen call. He breaks a tackle, and he is across the goal line for a touchdown. Number 2, Michael Green with the 7-yard touchdown reception from senior quarterback T.T. Green. North rolling early, takes a 13-0 lead over the Wolfpack of Whiteville.
I love that play call there. Again, it's 3rd and somewhat short. You got options. You're probably going with 2 plays there anyway. So not a lot of risk, a lot of reward.
Molina tacks on the extra point, making him 2 for 2 on the night. Mike, take us through this touchdown play here.
It's just a simple bubble screen. He actually makes the guy miss, which is typically you want somebody blocking that guy, but if athletes are going to athlete, and he just breaks the tackle and then doesn't get touched for the last 5 yards.
Nallage and Powell of the Wolfpack made a good read there, was all over it, just couldn't quite bring him down. Michael Green, that is, and Green was able to elude one defender and then race in for the touchdown. That was number 8, J.T. Todd, senior running back.
You know what? Tackled in the backfield, but a better start than the last drive.
Yes, 2nd and 11, 8-yard improvement over 2nd and 19.
Hey, that's what we talk. It's just small, simple improvements, rapid cycle. That's what I do.
Oh, we had a receiver out of the backfield. That was number 3, Will Fisher, the intended receiver, but he couldn't come up with it, and so that will force the Wolfpack into another 3rd and long situation. This is back-to-back drives where they've had 3rd and 11.
Senior quarterback aired out I think you air it out even deeper than a 10-yard route or 11-yard route.
See if you can
see what you got, right?
See if you can stretch that defense a little bit.
Or you do a draw
Instead,
play.
they're going to run a quarterback draw, a big hit, and Luke Odom got enough for the first down, a 12-yard gain on 3rd and 11, and the first down of the night for the Wolfpack.
I love when a quarterback just lowers the boomstick.
And that is exactly what he did just then. That was a collision about the 35-yard line.
Just not scared. I got to get that yard. And he had to do it, right? He had to get that last yard to get there.
Running back tripped up there. That was number 5, Amari Best, the ball carrier. Picked up 4 yards to set up a 2nd and 6. And that's more like it, Mike, staying on schedule.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can do. They've broken the streak, so now they can start moving the ball. It was Andrew Luck, right, that used to just lower his shoulder, run guys over, or if he got hit, he would say nice things
nice
to
hit,
him.
man.
Yeah, and guys started saying it was just uncomfortable to tackle, you couldn't hate him, right?
Yeah.
I miss that, man.
Yep. And people would help him up, be like, thanks so much. Thanks so much, man.
Kill him with kindness.
Man, it's just still such a odd retirement.
Well,
you just don't see some guys retire in the prime of their careers all the time. But
when your team doesn't have an offensive line for 5 years and you're getting killed behind them the whole time, it's
that'll do it. That'll do it. The big boy on the carry, enough for the first down yardage. Is that Falk? Is he back? What number? Give me a number here. Number 2, Amadius Morris.
First down. All right, Whiteville getting it moving, man. That's what we like to see. Good quality
competition. Amari Best around the right side. He was stood up. Number 15, Josh Hauser, the first Scorpion there on the tackle.
Well read by North on that from the defensive line all the way up to the linebackers. I think there were 7 guys that were at the line of scrimmage when he got there.
So officially no gain. Whiteville now has a 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. Odom drops back, lofts a pass into double coverage, and it is picked off. Trying to get a number on that. I think it was Chase Blanks, number 22. 32, rather. Cody Callahan with the interception. And the celebratory shoulder bump with the maybe the DB coach down there. So North Brunswick takes it away, picks off a Luke Odom pass, and the Scorpions already with a 14-0 lead get the ball back at their own 28-yard line, and we'll try to increase that lead even more here late in the first quarter.
Yeah, it's tough when you kind of get – so we saw it with TT. He put a little air under it and it worked out. He puts a little air under this one, just doesn't quite get there fast enough, or he doesn't get it deep enough. And when you throw it into double coverage and you throw it – miscalculate your throw, not great things happen. Wow.
There's Eric Mosley. Watch him run, folks. A 72-yard touchdown run from number 13, Eric Mosley. And the Scorpions are stinging the Wolfpack early on in this one. That is a 20-0 lead for the Scorps. And still 1:06 left in the first quarter.
I don't think he got touched on that play. And he had a couple huge games last year. I think he had a 4 or 5 touchdown game.
Yes. And the career numbers just keep on getting better and better for young Mr. Mosley.
And some guys are happy to get 60 yards in a game. He just got it on one play.
Low snap, handled well by the Scorpions, and Molina's kick is up and good. And here we go, Mike. Let's see if he did get touched.
Nope.
Negative. No, one time. Man, he can go.
That would have been good in two-hand touch backyard football.
Yes. Yeah, that's a touchdown all day, no matter the rules. Was anyone close enough to grab his flag if he had flags around his waist?
Flag's harder than two-hand touch.
I'm telling you. Yeah, that was a struggle in my intramural days.
I dabble in the flag football, and let me tell you, going from playing tackle football to then playing, a decade of rugby to not being allowed to wrap somebody up and you have to, shoot for the flag, it's just it's so much hand-eye coordination that shouldn't have to be there.
Right.
Should just take the guy to the ground.
Right. And then like in college intramural rules, if you grabbed to slow them up, so grabbed, then you can grab the flag. Penalty.
Can't do it.
So they throw a penalty flag, and it's well, now this is impossible.
Well, in the offensive line play and some of the flag rules, like 7-man, you can't even do anything. Can't use your hands. You're just a body.
Yeah, hands behind the back, kind of shuffling here and there.
Yeah. The key,
quirky.
The key is to go very vertical with your drop. I figured this out after about a season. You got to go very vertical with your drop to make the guy have to run around you, especially if they're fast. Never go lateral. If you go lateral, you're going to get beat. It just takes one step. So if you're playing flag football, you're playing the offensive line, purely vertical, right back down the field.
Back.
Make him run around you. Let your quarterback get some time to run the opposite way.
I wish I would have known this. How long ago was that? 15 years ago. We could have made some improvements along our intramural offensive line. End around for Whiteville. Back's got some running room across the 30 to about the 32 or 33 yard line to make it a more manageable 3rd and short.
At this point, Whiteville's proven that they have this in their arsenal. We've seen them make some big plays. We've seen them average a couple plays longer than this back-to-back. So I have faith that they have an opportunity here.
So North Brunswick leading 21-0 as the first quarter clock expires. So Whiteville going to take the break to talk over this 3rd and 3 decision. We're going to take a short break. We will be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. North Brunswick 21, Whiteville 0 here at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. And we're back for the start of the second quarter between the visitors, or visiting Whiteville Wolfpack, and the Mid-Eastern Conference foe, the North Brunswick Scorpions. North Brunswick, that's got to be a hold of some kind.
Wow.
Yeah, he got it. He got it. Okay. All right.
He tackled that guy.
Yeah, that was a takedown.
Yeah, and it's one of those plays, yeah, he got the first down, but does he get it if he doesn't just destroy that guy?
Yeah, wrapped his arms around his neck and tackled him type hold.
If you're going to do it, right?
Kind of what I said in the first scrimmage last night. That was a hold, and the quarterback still got sacked. I'm thinking, hey, if you're going to hold him, hold it.
Commit to the bit.
Yeah, yes, love it. So instead of a 3rd down conversion, we got 3rd and 13 here for the Pack. made the trek down 130 tonight.
Oh, draw.
Man, I tell you what, we have got a North Brunswick defensive coach up here in the booth. I think the players could probably hear him through the glass and down a flight of bleachers and on the field. He's intense.
The coach is down on the field as soon as they see it. They're screaming it too.
Yep.
That play right there is near and dear to my heart. High school 62 draw. I think we scored no less than like 10 touchdowns, probably another 20 first downs on it because we were a wing T. So anytime we dropped back to pass, everybody thought we were actually passing it.
Yeah.
And we had stud running backs, so it's just like right up the hole.
Get it to your best players and watch them work.
Oh, and as an offensive lineman, it was stupid easy because we just stood there.
Now, were you a guard or tackle?
I was a guard, pulling guard, just like 1960s Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah.
I was
old school.
Deceptively fast. It was nice.
Well, that was a good kick.
Hey, we've been seeing it. You know, a couple of these teams, the place kickers and the punters, they got cannons.
Yes. Yes, there have been some.
There was a kick last night I thought was going to go through the concession stand window.
Yeah, especially when you see like the Hoggards and Hanovers, a lot of times those big 4A schools have kids who can just boom it, like to the old field house on this side, and like you said, through the concession stand down on the right side of your screen, just rockets.
I can't kick off a tee. I can punt a little bit. I guess I'm not athletic enough, right? Did you ever do the punt pass kick thing?
Only at like football camp, so it was like just among the kids who were at West Brunswick football camp.
How'd you do?
You know, so I kicked and punted in high school, so I had pretty good success at football camp as a kid. But there was this kid named Stuart Champion, and he ended up playing linebacker in high school. But he was just a tremendous athlete, so he won it every year. Every year he dominated punt, pass, and kick. I could never beat him. And he was older than me. He was the place kicker and punter and starting middle linebacker. He wore one of those big collars.
Yeah.
So our punter was back there with, the big neck collar on and arms about, dinosaur length. He was a heck of a high school football player, though.
I'm a big fan of the cowboy collar because then you can just, it sounds terrible, but lead with your head without regrets because your head's not snapping back.
Yeah, you got some protection there.
Yeah, it's like the Hans device, but like opposite.
So North Brunswick gets the ball for the fourth time, and so far the Scorpions are 3 for 3 on their drives with 3 touchdowns. So the Whitewell defense just trying to get a stop here. Third and we'll call it 4 from the 38-yard line of North Brunswick. This is Michael Green in at quarterback. He had a touchdown reception earlier. He also handles the backup quarterback duties for the Scorpions. So maybe we've seen all we're going to see from T.T. Green and the first team offense tonight. And with Michael Green in there, North Brunswick wants to talk about this third down play before they run it. 9:28 left in the second quarter of this scrimmage. The Mid-Eastern Conference has a 97-point lead over the visitors. And Mike, I didn't really think about it until Jay brought it up late in game number 2 tonight, but every Mid-Eastern Conference team has won its scrimmage so far.
Yeah, with this cumulative score concept, it's looking a lot like my NFL Pick'em Yahoo pool last year, and I would just dominated everybody.
100-point lead in the standings.
I think I won by close to 100 by the end of the year.
Yeah, gonna look a lot like this, 151 to 54.
Great showing by the conference, though.
Really has been.
They took last year's defeat to heart.
Apparently. New Hanover beat Havelock. Topsail beat Northside. West Brunswick beat Kinston. Ashley beat South Columbus. Laney beat Wallace. Oh, Whiteville does force at least North Brunswick into a 4th and 2 here. 4th and 3, rather.
Whiteville's got to be feeling good about that because they've gotten North into several third downs, and they just haven't been able to stop them.
So North is going to bring on the punt team for the first time tonight.
Looks like Whiteville's taking a play out of
Yep.
North's book.
Borrowing the Brian Davis strategy here, it appears.
Good kick. Oh, doesn't matter. He fumbled the kick, but it doesn't matter.
Who is that?
Where's
Number
it
10,
placed then?
Montrez Holland.
Is it placed where he touches it, like if he was on defense, or is it placed where the ball's grounded?
I think it's wherever it like ends. So like he muffs it, moves up 6 yards and picks it up. They put it down where he picked it up.
Okay. See that then, you know, if we're really getting gamesy, bat it back. Yeah, bat it.
Yeah,
Volleyball
bat it
style.
forward. Yep.
Volleyball style.
About 6 times if you really
keep it in the air, yeah.
Really getting creative.
Keep you up. Whiteville had a promising drive their last drive. It kind of got stalled out. Looks like they're starting with the run game, getting big chunk play there. Another grindy run there. 3 yards, but he got touched a yard in the backfield.
Yep, that was number 10, Montrez Holland. So now it's Whiteville's turn with a 3rd and 2 from the 35-yard line.
Looks like they're setting up in a similar formation as last play. Almost the same play. And the same outcome.
First down, yep.
Touch-
Very
touch
similar
the yard-
type runs.
A yard deep in the backfield, and he manages to get 3 or 5.
Is that Mosley playing? Yeah, he is playing some linebacker.
I think he did that last year, too.
Yep. Jabril DeShiel playing linebacker as well. So 2 guys who carry it a lot for the Scorpions. End around there, blocked beautifully.
I'm of the opinion in high school, put your best 11 out there. Doesn't matter if they're offense and defense. Maybe not your quarterback, but put your best 11 athletes out there because these guys are young. They got gas. Like,
agree wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
give yourself the best chance to win.
Amari Best on the carry, number 5. He was one of Whiteville's primary ball carriers a year ago.
I know we mentioned it a lot last year, but North's discipline on the defensive line and in their linebackers is honestly pretty high level. They're from up here, I don't know exactly what they're running or what their reads should be because it's going fast and, you know, we're not cutting tape or watching tape, but they're getting a lot of guys at the line of scrimmage to meet these running backs where the ball starts. Like that. Just like that.
Jet sweep, read to perfection, number 48, who I do not have on my roster, Mike.
Yeah, you know, early season, we're going to play the hands that were dealt, right?
Yeah, let's hope we get some roster cleanup as the season trudges on. So 3rd and 11 for the Wolfpack, approaching the halfway point of the second quarter.
Counterplay.
Yeah, and it was a pretty one.
Oh, great cut.
And he makes a guy miss, still on his feet. That is number 21, Cam McKeevian.
That was awesome.
That was pretty.
Yeah,
that was pretty.
That's just good football, man, and I appreciate good football.
I mean, that was just, look to me, looked executed to perfection.
And that's the thing. Every offensive play is drawn up to beat every defense, and every defensive play is drawn up to beat every offense. And that time, Whiteville got the better of North.
Yep. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Whiteville has moved the ball inside the 20 of North Brunswick for the first time tonight. picked up about 6 yards on that gain.
Maybe Whiteville's like a diesel engine. Just gotta get warmed up.
Yeah, and remember, a year ago, North beat Whiteville by about 40 early in the season. I think it was either the first or second week of the year, and Whiteville only lost one more time the entire season, and that was in the, I think maybe the third or fourth round of the playoffs. Yeah, they played East Duplin for a spot in the Eastern Finals, and East Duplin beat them pretty good. But, yeah, Whiteville, as we've said the last 2 nights, a lot of these teams going to look a lot different in October and November than they do here this evening.
And that's what you want, right? So in the NFL, they don't want you really don't want to peak till November or December anyway. High school, obviously, you got to move it up a little bit, but, as long as you're not putting yourself out of contention and you're getting better every week, that's the goal.
Yeah, and then another factor in high school, you're playing non-conference games the first usually 3 or 4 weeks. So you could start 0-3 and overcome it, in high school football. You really want to, like in West Brunswick's case, you play Carolina Forest and North Myrtle Beach, and I don't know who the other team on their schedule is off the top of my head, but Whiteville. But you just really want to be ready by the time you're playing North, South, Hanover, Hoggard, and your conference opponents. Enough for the first down yardage.
Still grinding away.
So Whiteville trying to get on the board here. We're under the 4-minute mark in the second quarter of this scrimmage. North has a 21-0 advantage in our second to last scrimmage of the night. And North was all over it. That was McKeevian again.
Still, second and 11, still not out. I mean, you're in this drive, and again, like we were saying with North, you got the opportunity to get a first down before you even have to worry about getting a touchdown.
Handoff up the middle, picks up about 3 yards down to the 12.
We're definitely in two-play territory here, aren't we?
Yeah, I would sure think so. 2.5 minutes left in the scrimmage. Handoff around the left side to Montrez Holland.
Beat him.
He did. He got past that initial guy.
But the defender held him up enough for his buddies to get there.
Yep, gave him time for the other North Brunswick Scorpions in pursuit to get there. So here we go, 4th and 7 from the 11-yard line. Whiteville needs the 4 of North Brunswick for a first down to keep this possession alive.
They ran that draw play earlier. Honestly, wouldn't be shocked if they did it again.
Fade route to the bottom of the screen.
Caught it.
And the pass is caught. That is number 10, Montrez Holland, on the fade route from Luke Odom. And Whiteville is on the board with 1:49 left in the second quarter. Whiteville trims its deficit to 21-6.
And we figured that was going to happen eventually, right? Whiteville's kind of a seasoned group of guys. Obviously faced a little adversity early on in the first quarter and in the beginning of this one, but we started seeing it, right? The first couple drives kind of didn't get anything. Then they started getting a little bit of yardage before having to punt, and then they had some sustainment, right? So
yeah, the offense got better and better as the night progressed.
Each drive got better.
Extra point is up. Extra point is good. That was number 34, Grayson Creech. And here's a look at that 4th and 7 touchdown play. Odom lofts it up. Holland goes up and gets it over the DB. And it is a touchdown, Wolfpack.
interested to see how North comes out here, if they just kind of play it straight or if they use it as an opportunity to get a little practice with the 2-minute.
So North Brunswick takes over 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line with 1:49 left to go in this scrimmage. And we have one more on deck for you. Of course, that's East Bladen versus South Brunswick in the nightcap.
Another big turnout crowd-wise tonight, Sam.
There was a lot of folks here. I'd be interested to know how many tickets were sold the last couple of nights. But there has been a lot of people here both nights, even with some rough weather early last night. Of course, today's been beautiful, beautifully hot, yeah. But probably pretty pleasant out there right about now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, while you guys were doing your beginning games, I was hanging out up here in the press box for a little bit. Felt like I was a roasting chicken, so I went outside. There was a nice little breeze as the sun was coming down. I bet it's real comfortable out there now.
Yeah, it's I walked down and said hello to my wife and kids in between the first and second games, and just that little bit of breeze made a huge difference, because there's certainly not one flowing, wasn't one flowing up here earlier. Oh! Boy, a face mask of some kind. He kind of slung to the turf. Yeah, I think it's going to be a face mask against what? No, it was a holding flag.
I didn't see that, but I definitely saw what looked like could be a face mask. Now, I'm ignorant on this rule. If you get the V of the shoulder pads, that doesn't count, right? So sometimes,
yeah, I think that's legal.
So sometimes you can get that violent kind of head jerky movement,
right?
If you catch it in there.
And that's kind of what I saw was DeShield kind of do, and I know the camera's not on me, but kind of that head jerk that you're referencing kind of turned around real quick, and yeah. I thought, oh, there's a face mask, but there was officials right there on top of it, and no face mask flag thrown, so
they're
must have been a clean tackle. A little flare route out to the right side, and the North Brunswick receiver brought down. It was Calvin Webb, the junior tailback, on the reception. I'm trying to get a look at who that is playing quarterback. Is that 14, Nehemiah Jacobs?
It's hard to see the numbers all the way up here. I think so.
He's a lefty. I saw that much. So a timeout on the field, 1:03 left in the scrimmage. North Brunswick facing a 3rd and 22 from its own 13-yard line. And the Whiteville defense back on the field, look prepared for this. Trying to make a 3rd down stop here with a little more than a minute left in the 3rd scrimmage of the night. Reminder, we have South Brunswick against East Bladen in the nightcap. And it will be the 8th and final scrimmage of this 2-night event. So we're in the final, or almost in the final minute of the 7th scrimmage.
And for the most part, we've seen great football for 2 nights. And different styles, which I appreciate. So you've had some running teams. You had, which team was it in the early game yesterday that I don't think ran the ball but once or twice?
Yeah, Topsail.
Yeah,
Topsail just threw it around the yard. So a big stop on 3rd down by Whiteville, and they're going to force North Brunswick to punt it away, and Whiteville's going to try and get into their 1-minute offense, maybe one final time.
Yeah, I'm of the mindset you got to approach this like, game simulation, but practice and work on things that you want to work on. Now, obviously, you don't want to put too much on tape this early in the season, but I would take it and try to do something with that minute and just game simulation style, right?
57 seconds left. Holland went up for the old one-handed like LeBron.
He almost got it. He got up there.
He was way up there. And so it's eventually down at the 45-yard line of Whiteville. 57 seconds left. And we'll see what the Whiteville offense can do. It's a 21-7 North Brunswick advantage in this scrimmage.
Yeah, North looked like, at least on the offensive side, they subbed out a lot of their starters kind of early into it. I'm curious what they're doing on the defense here.
Yeah, it looks like quite a few reserves on the defensive side. I don't see Mosley or DeShiel or Callahan or any of those Camonte Carter. All those regular names that we've gotten accustomed to saying on the North defense. I don't see any of those guys out there, so Whiteville is going to keep it on the ground. He's got a little crease, too. Yeah, Maury Bess tackled inbounds.
That was a tough break. He had two guards pulling around to kick out some blocks, and one of them slipped, almost tripped him. And he still got 5 yards, 6 yards.
6-yard pickup on first down.
Yeah, see, Whiteville's doing the
Yep, they're
little 2-minute run here, 1 minute 57-second run.
Yep, so they picked up good yardage on second down, and then went with the quarterback kill on second. 30 seconds left. Odom in the shotgun, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left. He's going to tuck it and run. Oh, he fumbled. Fumbled the ball, and North Brunswick recovers at the 36-yard line. So North, after on the tail end of about a 15-yard run, Odom coughs it up, and North Brunswick recovers with 21 seconds left in the game, and it'll be North football, 1st and 10 at its own 36-yard line.
Yeah, tough break for Whiteville there. He had a great run. Once you pass that line of scrimmage, though, you're not going to throw it, so you got to kind of tuck it, protect it, because the guy came in, he wasn't going to make the tackle, but he was able to knock the ball out.
Yeah, just got a hand in there and punched it right out. Yeah, it looked like Odom had several more yards he could have gained had he not lost the football, but nevertheless, North Brunswick football, and this looks an awful lot like the victory formation. It's like North's just going to get the snap and take a knee, and that will all but conclude the third scrimmage of the night. North Brunswick 21, Whiteville 7. Mike, wrap this one up for us. What did you see from each team?
Again, two seasoned teams. North came out just humming right off the bat. Fairly unstoppable when they had their ones in there. Whiteville took a little bit of time to get moving, but we saw it by the end that they were able to kind of get those chunk plays, those sustained drives. I think both teams are set up for success for this season. And this and all the other games we've seen so far, it's going to be a good year for high school football, especially in this conference.
Yeah, and I think those two teams, North Brunswick and Whiteville, a chance to win a lot of games between them. That'll do it for the third scrimmage of the night. Stay right here with us. More football after the break. The final scrimmage of the night as East Bladen will take on South Brunswick to wrap us up from the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree.
From East Bladen High School, the Eagles. We have two guys with us today at the Jamboree Luncheon. Senior Mason Brooks, a running back and a nose guard, and senior Notoric Corbett, a fullback and a linebacker. Guys, thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
So you both play offensive and defensive positions.
Yes, sir.
Mason, we'll start with you. Which one you like best?
I like hitting people, so I say defense.
Defense?
But I also like, running the ball. But It's in between. I can't really like.
Sometimes you're the hit T, and sometimes you're the hit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hit tour, and then big arms you got there. I don't think it really makes much difference. Notoric, how about you, dude?
Yeah, I like defense better. Like Mason said, like hitting people. That's really it.
How long you been playing football?
Since I was about 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, been like.
How about you?
I'd say probably when I was like 10.
10?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I would have swore you were a swimmer. And son of a gun, you've been playing football since you was 10 years old. That's really good. All right, some fun stuff. We'll start with you, Notoric. How about favorite food?
I say pizza. Go with pizza. Yeah.
That's a go-to.
I'd say tacos.
Tacos.
Yeah.
First taco of the day. Congratulations to you. You should get something for that anyway. Favorite movie?
Don't Be a Menace.
Okay.
I say Friday.
TV show?
Martin.
TV show, I don't really got one, to be real with you.
Yeah, it's funny. Kids we don't watch TV no more. You watch all that stuff on the video intranet or whatever they call it. So, your favorite class in school?
I'd say science.
Science?
Yeah, I like mixing stuff together.
Okay.
Making concoctions.
Yeah.
Science, because, doing with all the chemicals and stuff, mixing everything up.
You like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know you two can make some explosions on the field when you mix it up. Hey, I got a question. In practice, do one of you on offense and one of you on defense?
He switches it up sometimes,
So my question is, who hits harder?
We both can hit.
Yeah, we both can hit.
That's the right answer. What's your goals for this upcoming season?
Just come out, play hard, leave everything on the field. And, I'm trying to get one of those. So, yeah, we got to play hard.
That's a good thing. How about you, Notoric?
Play hard, I want to get that ring this year, senior year. Want to go out with a bang, really.
Yeah, first round of the playoffs last year, so you've got some playoff experience. When high school's over, what's the next stage in your life?
I'm trying to get a college ball at the Division I college. That's what I'm trying to get. And then after that, I want to enter the draft. So, yeah.
You're off to a good start, size-wise. Notoric, you?
College ball, really, just want to do it for my family. That's really it.
That's awesome. Listen, thanks for being with us today, and have a great season.
Yes, sir.
You bet.
Why do we enjoy bringing you Focus Broadband's Game of the Week?
Grit.
Determination.
Skill.
Watch your favorite local team give their all on the gridiron this season. Streaming live on Facebook and Merge TV every Friday night. Visit FocusBroadbandTV.com for the complete schedule.
Don't miss a minute of high school football action
on Focus Broadband's Game of the Week.
Joining us now from South Brunswick High School is lineman Caleb Combs. Caleb, thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir.
Let's get started with the really important things. Your favorite thing to eat?
Steak.
And who cooks that steak?
Moms, always.
And how do you prefer it cooked?
Medium rare.
A medium, which is why he's as big as he is, folks. Favorite music?
Country.
Country?
Yeah.
Favorite country artist?
Hank.
Oh, come on, man. With a name like Combs? You're not all over Luke Combs?
I love Luke Combs, but Hank's my guy.
Okay, well, us Combs guys got to stay together, right? Okay. Tell me about hobbies, things you like to do that maybe aren't involving football.
I guess I really enjoy the gym, fishing, hunting. It's pretty much all the South stuff.
Outdoorsy kind of stuff. I get you for sure. Favorite subject in school?
English.
English?
Yep.
Why?
I like to write.
What do you like to write?
Anything. Just makes up random stuff.
Are you a poet?
No. No, I'm not a poet.
Because you sure don't hit like a poet. I know that.
No.
Biggest influence in your life?
Mom and Dad. Always pushing me to be better. There's always something more I could do.
Yeah, and I've met them, and they're really great people. One more. What's your goals for this year?
just overall just be more connected as a team. You know, last year we were kind of just one person making a big play together as a team this year.
And you're coming off an injury from last year, so you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I'm just not even in my head. I'm
That's
good.
Great. All right, Caleb, thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're joined now by Jameson Prince, the quarterback for South Brunswick. And as you can see, everybody at South Brunswick has red hair, right? So it's the red hair football team for sure. Hey, bud, you had a tremendous year last season, threw for 2,000 yards, 19 touchdowns. What's up ahead this season?
Same thing, just win it all. I want to win everything, get more passing, more touchdowns. I think we'll do good this year.
Yeah, I think you very well may. And you've been starting since you were a ninth grader?
Since sophomore year.
Sophomore year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but been there a long time in that starting position.
Yes, sir.
How have you evolved, matured over that period of time?
I've just become stronger, better arm, and more pocket, like better in the pocket.
Yeah.
I have to thank my line for that too.
Yeah, well,
good pocket every year.
That's a real smart guy, a quarterback that would do that. And I think you're very composed and you don't force things. At least that's been my observation. All right, let's get down to the important stuff. Favorite movie?
That's a good one. I say Waterboy.
You like Waterboy?
I like Waterboy.
Did you think you were going to be the Waterboy when you started at Sal?
Yes, sir. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be just like him. I wanted to hit people. Yes, sir.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you a bit. Favorite school subject, topic?
I'll go with math. I've always been really good with numbers, so that's my thing, math.
Well, and listen, the way this kid throws the football and racks up touchdowns, he's got to be good with numbers because they're high up there. If you got the day off, what would you do?
If I got the day off, I'd probably go fishing with a couple of my buddies and just hang out with friends, go to the beach maybe, and that's about it.
Okay, as Caleb said, that's Southern stuff, right? You know? This year's team, what are you looking for?
This year, I'm looking to win the conference and go after it all, maybe even a state championship. That's what I'm looking to go for, win everything.
And one more question, biggest influence in your life?
Biggest influence, I have to say my mom. She's always been there for me since a little kid, been my biggest supporter, my biggest fan. So I have to thank her for all of that.
That is one good son. Jameson, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, sir.
You bet.
Welcome to scrimmage number 8, the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. We've got South Brunswick against East Bladen. We'd also like to welcome a special guest viewer tonight, Miss Judy Prescott. Wanted to give a shout out and say hello to Miss Judy. I hope she's watching and can hear me right now. But we miss you, and we'll talk to you and see you very soon. But back to the football. South Brunswick about to take on a team actually from Miss Judy's home area, Bladen County. So South Brunswick will have what do we got, Mike? A 2nd and 14 from their own 31-yard line after North took a knee on the last play of the last scrimmage.
Yeah, it seems to be the thing for the conference teams to take a knee and set the other people up for the next team up for a 2nd and long or 3rd and long, something like along those lines. That did not bother South though at all. They just got all the yards plus.
All at once. 2nd and 14, no problem, as Jamison Prince, 3-year starting quarterback, finds number 23, Ethan Overton, for about 16, 17 yards and a first down. Prince drops back again, evades one defender. Now he is going to stand tall and chunk that one out of bounds. Did a good job just getting rid of it. All about halfway through that scramble, Big Mike is up here signaling, throw it away, and he was exactly right. Yeah, and that's exactly what Prince did.
It's discipline, right? So he's a 3-year starter.
Yep.
He had a pretty good breakout year last year, and that's what you learn, right? So you don't try to make chicken salad sometimes. That's a net 13-yard gain, because if he gets sacked back there at the 40, they are in deep trouble. But by throwing it away, making the smart play, sometimes not the one your body wants to do, sets them up for a perfect pass like this, getting them the first down.
Yeah, right at the line to gain there, and the Cougars two quick first downs after starting this scrimmage, facing a 2nd and 14 from around their own 30-yard line, and here they come.
3 plays, 2 big chunks, and a one play that, again, netted them 13 yards by him throwing it away. So South looking pretty good so far. Early.
Yeah, so far so good. And, Mike, you pointed out right before we came on the air, I think we got some new lids for these Cougars.
I love the matte look. It is a little deceptive. It looks kind of like they're wearing the old school beanies. Ours were orange. I don't know if there's other colors, but to denote, offense, defense.
Yeah.
I dig it,
that's
though.
kind of what I was thinking. Like also, have you seen these, like, I've seen some college teams wear them. They're like those protective shells. Like they're like cushiony pad. They have pads in them that I guess they slide right over the helmets.
Yeah, I forget what they're called, but I know the NFL's making any player that plays on the line or has that kind of contact wear them.
Huh.
I think the research does show that they help reduce those like micro trauma concussions.
Dr. Mike Maurer, folks.
A little bit different than like just a beanie to tell who's on defense.
Yeah, slight difference. That's for like a slight second earlier, I thought that's what the South kids had on, were those like protective shells, but that wouldn't make any sense as they're about to play a live game, I guess, or actual competition. So Overton picks up a good chunk of yardage on the run, sets up a 3rd and 1. And South says we're going to air it out. And that was intended for Overton, but a little too high and falls to the turf, incomplete. But, Mike, and not that anybody asked for my opinion, I actually like that call on 3rd and 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was the perfect call. He was wide open.
Yeah.
Just out threw it just a little too far outside. It's a tough throw. And I mean, not that I played receiver.
No,
but
it's
a tough catch too, because you're running away from the quarterback.
Yep. And then if you don't get it, you can just hand it off to your slippery little running back on 4th and 1, and he'll make a guy miss in the backfield and rumble across the 30 for a first down, just like that.
Yeah, it's definitely South looking again similar to how they did. They had a I think a good team last year. The record I don't think indicated how well they
500-ish.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they played teams solid, and again looking like they're in similar form.
Here's a dangerous player, Jordan Davis, the receiver. He's about 6'4" and can run. Picked up about 10 yards on that little wide receiver screen. Very nearly almost went to a knee there and kind of slipped when he made the catch, but held his feet and picked up 10 or 12 yards for a first down.
I'll tell you what, Sam, this obviously South hasn't even completed their first drive yet, but the Brunswick County teams tonight just look good.
They have all been very impressive.
You got your minor, early season scrimmage kind of mistakes, but, to just to finish off a drive like that with a play like that.
Yeah, 18-yard touchdown from Jamison Prince to number 2, Jordan Davis, and South with a really fast start. They go about 70 yards in 2.5 minutes, capped off by an 18-yard touchdown.
They are wearing the little dome things.
Oh. Huh.
We got that little zoom in there. They are wearing them.
Okay, then.
Hey, you know what? So, boxing, right? You don't spar without your headgear.
Yeah. They're going to say we're not scrimmaging without our protective shells.
Mitigate potential injuries. I like it.
Here we go. Take us through this replay, Dr. Maurer.
Hi, just good blocking, wide open, hits them in the numbers.
Easy pitch and catch. So our first look at the East Bladen offense after South marches 70 yards in about 7 plays in 2.5 minutes. The Eagles of East Bladen and head coach Robbie Priest will try to respond with a scoring drive of their own.
How did East Bladen do last year?
Not as well as they would have liked. Got better as the season went on, but they did have a couple backs who had really nice years. But not quite as successful as they have been traditionally. They had a really good program, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, and they've fallen off a bit here in recent years. But, oh, man, got tripped up, had a hole. That was 32, I think, Julius Battle.
I can tell
or was
you,
it 23, Mason Brooks?
I'm not sure, but I can tell you right now, just by looking at how they huddle, how they got to the line, it was almost synchronized, hands down. And that first play went for 5. Could have probably went for 50 or a touchdown.
They got the all center sprints to the ball. Everyone follows.
Never quite understood it, but I appreciate it.
Boom. Boom. Look at him again.
Might have been the same play.
And almost like carbon copies. Busted through the line, barely got tripped up, or would have been even bigger. But that's clockwork right there. That's 12 yards over the last 2 carries and looked blocked and timed to perfection. Just pretty clinical stuff by the Eagles early on.
I don't get it, and never did.
There goes that
but
center.
Again, I appreciate the grind.
Yeah. Yeah, respect.
Yeah, they're going to get the running back for a false start there, I think.
Good eyes. Good eyes. The white hat got him. The white hat got him.
Yeah, he got that little bit of a lean going. You kind of just lean too much weight into that forward hand. Keys the play, too, for the defense. South putting a stacked line. 5 guys up front.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on. Very far from the line of scrimmage. Let's check it. Big Mike. He is off to the races. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. East Bladen, a 63-yard touchdown run for the Eagles. 8:07 left in the first quarter of this one, and East Bladen trying to knot up the score. Man, that happened fast.
Yeah, they got gashed early. That could have been for touchdowns. Those A gap or the B gap, C gap kind of runs off that left tackle. So yeah, South puts 5 in the box. But if you get that many in the box, you don't have anybody outside. So it really only takes 1 or 2, a misread or 1 or 2 good blocks, and you're off.
Mason Brooks from 63 yards out A house call for the Eagles. Extra point attempt is up. Extra point attempt is good. 8:07 left in the first, and East Bladen ties the South Brunswick Cougars. Boy, this one could get fun, huh?
Yeah, that was just perfect execution. So South puts 5 on the line. That they have one guy outside. He comes in, gets kicked out, and it just creates a huge hole for the running back just to run right through.
I'm not sure he got touched.
I don't think he did.
I mean, he was, once he got to that second level, he was gone.
Yeah, if you can get the seal block on the outside or on the end, and then you get a kick out block from a running back or somebody, it's hard to stop.
Man, and Brooks is one of the kids that was interviewed by Jay at the Media Day luncheon. His arms are as big as my thighs, man. He is, I know he plays running back, but he is big, man. He is a strong, good-looking kid. And here now it's Ethan Overton's turn. Man, he's slippery too. Built totally differently than Brooks, but effective all the same.
I remember him from last year.
Yep.
He can. I like his body type because he can hide behind that big offensive line they have.
Yep.
And he's quick.
Just kind of jukes and jives and kind of just worms his way around that beefy South Brunswick offensive line. He's had a good couple years for Rocky Lewis and the Cougars. Here's another back around the left side this time, and he's got enough for first down yardage. So
a little friendly fire there. I think he tripped over 16 who got knocked on the ground or fell on the ground.
That was number 44, Quinn Williams, on the carry. He was brought down, like Mike said, maybe by his own guy at the 49-yard line, gain of about 13 yards, and a South Brunswick first down.
Impressive running display by both teams so far.
Prince hands it off. Oh, man, he got bent up. Quinn Williams did awkwardly at the bottom of that pile. I hope he pops right up. He does, thank goodness. Yep, it's definitely that shell thing, Mike, because Williams, the back of it just got pulled up all the way to the top, and it's nothing but Carolina blue under there.
Okay.
So, yeah, got a good look at it that time. Huh, I've just never seen this, not in like a actual scrimmage game. And then one of the defensive linemen for East Bladen is wearing one, number 7. He's wearing a black one on top of his helmet. That pass intended for number 18, Aiden Tubman, falls to the turf incomplete. Nice throw by Prince. Maybe just a shade too far toward the sideline for Aiden Tubman.
Yeah, I mean, South looking good. Had the play, just couldn't quite connect. Spreading it out here.
3rd and 11 from the 48-yard line. Prince in the shot. All out blitz. Got the screen to him. Going to be awfully close to the first down yardage.
I think he got it.
I think you are right, Dr. Maurer with the eagle eye. Got it by exactly 1 yard. So I called the pressure out, and it's because it was a screen.
Yeah,
it was intentional, huh?
And that's why I said, they were spreading it up. 3rd and long, 3rd and 11, you're expecting maybe a pass play over the middle. As soon as I saw the third receiver in just kind of trotting down the field after the snap, I was like, this is going to be a screen.
And bingo.
Because all you're trying to do with that is just draw the defense away from the center of the field where the guy's going to be running the ball.
So did you play defensive line too?
I did.
So if the offense called a play and all of a sudden you're just running free toward the quarterback, does it click like, uh-oh?
It does if you're disciplined. I had a great play where that happened, and I immediately cut the brakes on and started backpedaling into coverage. Don't know if I was allowed or supposed to do that, but the quarterback ended up having to throw it up over my head because I'm tall, and pick 6.
Hey.
Not for me, though. Not for me.
Yeah, but him having to toss it up over you, one of your other guys comes in, picks it off to the house.
I wasn't supposed to be there.
Well, hey, instincts.
Hey, T.J. Watt is great at that. I can tell you that.
He is
playing
an absolute
that
monster.
outside linebacker. He drops into coverage, gets interceptions that you wouldn't believe.
There was another one of those cases of not being able to hear the whistle. I thought Jamison Prince was about to get absolutely rocked around that edge, but the play had been blown dead. So it is a dead ball, offside, East Bladen. They'll mark it up 5 yards to the 27. It'll be a first down Cougars. And 5:33 left in the first quarter. This one is 7-7.
East Bladen, you can tell they're getting aggressive because they just got caught on that screen play and then offsides here, just trying to really get after it, get some pressure on.
Aggressive.
No 3 and out yet for South.
Prince kept it around the right side. East Bladen linebacker trying to chase him down. He makes a man miss. Still fighting for yardage, real close to the first down marker. And a good run there on the read option by Jamison Prince.
Honest, and he got 9 yards, and I would say he probably made the wrong read because those defensive linemen rushed up into him. He did not give the guy the ball, and he had 10 yards.
Yeah.
But he got 9, so it's worked out because he's an athlete.
Yeah, he made, it looked like East Bladen had it well defended. Just couldn't bring him to the turf. Handoff.
Oh, yeah.
That's Quinn fighting toward the goal line, but he's brought down. Oh, I lost his name for a second. Quinn Williams, number 44, the ball carrier. Enough for the first down yardage. South will have a first and goal at the 2-yard line.
Love to see offensive linemen in the second, third levels. Didn't quite get one of their bodies on the guy that ended up making the tackle, but excellent display there.
4 minutes, 43 seconds left in the first quarter. Quinn Williams around the left side of the offensive line. Touchdown, Cougars. South Brunswick moves ahead 13-7 here in the final scrimmage of the night.
And I feel like the quarterback did not take his eyes off the defensive lineman on that right side at all. I think he was looking at him as he handed the ball off. Great read there.
Looks like 21, Colin Petey, the place kicker for South Brunswick. His extra point attempt is up. It is good. And South Brunswick moves ahead 14-7. Again, big thanks to the Prescotts for watching tonight. Hello to Steve and Judy. We're going to take another look at the touchdown run, Dr. Maurer. Pretty self-explanatory there. Read it perfectly. Williams could have maybe crab walked into the end zone. And now we'll see if we can get our first stop of the night with South Brunswick on defense. East Bladen popped a 63-yard touchdown run on its first possession. We'll see if the Eagles can respond to South's second touchdown.
Yeah, and don't forget, they broke that one, but they could have broke the first 2 runs that they had. The guys just got kind of shoestring tripped up.
And, Mike, I know this is such a cliche, but you know that old saying, like 5 yards in a cloud of dust? Like, this is what this reminds me of. They're just clinical in this running game.
I forget which coach it was, but, you could put in a 5-play offense, and if the other team can't stop you, why bother with anything else?
Yep, no need to change it just for the sake of changing it.
I would run that play until they stopped it and then go somewhere else. And you can run it to the left side or the right side, but I feel like all their runs that were successful have gone off that left side.
Oh, man. Hung his head as soon as he heard the whistle. He knew it. And
it's a tough break.
Yeah, but not the most insurmountable of circumstances. 2nd and 7 for a team that's had a lot of success running the ball early tonight. So we'll see how the second down play shakes out.
Yeah, when you gain 8 yards or plus on a play, 5-yard penalty, doesn't feel too bad, I guess.
So 2nd and 7, handoff around the right side. Here they go again, partner. Stiff arm right to the turf.
He's going to call block in the back, and I don't agree with that at all.
Did they both see it? Both refs saw it? We had another one fly in here around the 39 on the other side of the field, and one fly in right around where the block was.
I mean, it looked like there was. I'm not going to say anything.
You called it. That is exactly what they called. The question is, was he far enough past the line to gain? I guess they'll mark it back 10 yards. So, Mike, they're going to get like a net 5 there?
Yeah, it's 10 from the spot.
Yeah, net 6. So it went from 2nd and 7 to 2nd and 1. So still a pretty productive play, but not 25 yards like they had initially.
Yeah, that's where, you know, if you see the back of a defender's jersey, don't even put your hands out, because it looked like he literally just kind of had his hands up. Like there was no intent behind that block. I think he just kind of, I don't know. I don't even know.
This is like the old school tee.
It's working. Look, it's going to work
again. It is working beautifully. He's gone. He is absolutely gone. Is that number 2, Matt Kemp?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Matt Kemp, not the former outfielder for the Atlanta Braves and Los Angeles Dodgers, but the senior running back for the East Bladen Eagles from about 65 yards. So 2 drives, 2 60-plus yard touchdown runs for the Eagles. Mike, this running game is something serious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just East Bladen's that good or if South's just kind of can't figure out what to do or how to fill the gaps. But it's very impressive because, again, the only thing really stopping this East Bladen running attack so far is the penalties.
Got a wild pitch over into the Focus Broadband TV booth with 3:04 left in the first quarter. The game is now tied up at 14-14. But
like the fullback comes up and gets the safety. Like that's how far up they got. Safety comes up, and honestly, I mean, I don't like when you have to do this, but if you're getting pushed back or you're not filling gaps, you gotta create barriers, and you just gotta eat the lineman, fall down to the ground, fill the hole.
Yeah, take up space, clog lanes, do something.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, not maliciously. I know they got rid of that rule or they made the rule in the NFL where the DBs can't come in and just shoot the legs of the lineman. Obviously, you don't want to do that, but you know, if you're getting bulled back 3 yards, my coach used to say, if you're getting bulled back, grab everything you can and just hit the dirt.
Yeah, fall. Yeah. Well, it's kind of this has been a lot of offensive fireworks in the first 9 minutes of this one, and we got some more right here. 1st and 10 play, complete to Overton for about 11 yards and a South Brunswick first down.
And honestly, it's pretty surprising, right? So, you know, early in the season, you know, you're expecting the defense to kind of be ahead of the offense, right? Just because, not necessarily that it's easier, but the schemes are a little more simple. You know your role and you play it. But where offense is, it's a lot more about continuity and understanding who's playing next to you, where they're going to be, and those sorts of things. These two teams seemingly unstoppable on offense so far.
I mean, not even a whole lot of resistance on the defensive side so far for these two teams. Ooh, big hit in the middle of the field, but not before another 11-yard completion for South Brunswick.
And Prince had forever to throw it.
Yes, he did. Zane Simmons, on the receiving end of that pass from Jamison Prince.
And from a receiver standpoint, I mean, you know, running across the middle with that much time, it takes a little bit of, you know, guts to catch that ball and know it's coming. And we saw what the result was. Got 10 yards, but he also got hit.
The first time they really put some pressure on Prince, and he still was able to escape it and pick up 8 yards scrambling, kind of along the right hash mark there. So the game clock approaching the 2-minute mark here in the first quarter. Barring the craziest night of football in history, the Mid-Eastern Conference is going to win this Bash at the Beach football jamboree for whatever that's worth. But this game tied 14-14. There have been 4 possessions and 4 touchdowns.
And I think between the two teams, they're probably averaging 7+ yards a play.
Yeah.
That includes, a couple incompletions.
And counting.
A couple incompletions, maybe a sack, I think. And we're still at absurd numbers offensively.
Yeah, South's scoring drives have been a little more methodical, but I think they were probably about between 5 to 8 plays each scoring drive. East Bladen had
5 or 6.
Yeah, maybe.
Less.
Yeah. I think the first one was 3 or 4 plays and then 5 or 6 on the second drive.
If you count the penalties and that sort of thing. But
Yep.
with the penalties, they're still averaging.
Yeah, that's right.
Take the 2 long runs out, add the penalties in, and their plays are still 5 to 7 yards, not including those long runs.
Prince drops back, rolls out to his right, fires back across the middle of the field. It is caught, but the ball came out at the very end, and East Bladen recovered. It was number 5, Stephen Callahan, who made the catch. Big gain, but then was stripped at the end, and East Bladen fell on the football at its own 7-yard line. Boy, heck of a time for a takeaway.
I mean, if you're going to stop him, that's how you do it, especially after a big gain like that. And it's tough, right? So he makes a huge gain. He's fighting for a couple extra yards, and the ball just pops out.
So we're going to get another look at it here. Prince gets the shotgun snap, kind of rolled out to his right, found Callahan across the middle of the field, made a nice catch, but then that gentleman right there, what's his number?
0 or 8, I think it was.
Yeah, Malachi Moore maybe, the junior defensive back, came in there, got a hand on it, knocked it away, and East Bladen recovered.
I expect a little more of the same.
And then East Bladen's number 21, who I do not have on the roster, actually recovered the fumble. East Bladen picks up, well, that was about South's most that was South's most effective play.
They only got 2
defensively.
yards.
That was Gregor Brock on the tackle, number 28, also the son of South Brunswick football coach Larry Brock.
We have a cell phone up in the press box. If you've lost your cell phone, we have it.
Trying to get it out wide, and he does just that. Still on his feet, Big Mike. And then run out of bounds near the 20-yard line. But another successful run by number 2, Matt Kemp. And it looks like it will result in a first down for the Eagles of East Bladen.
Yeah, essentially looked like a foot race between him and the defensive lineman to who can get to the outside, and can he cut the corner, can the defensive lineman get the pursuit angle, and he's just faster.
Yeah, just speed kills, the old saying, and it sure did right there. Matt Kemp just beat him to the sideline, beat him to the spot. If anyone's watching and has got a report from the stadium that their child or grandchild or friend lost their cell phone somewhere here, one was turned into the press box. Slim chances that connection is made there and turns it or comes and finds it. But that is going to be the final play of the first quarter of this one. It is 14-14, all knotted up. East Bladen just had a big takeaway inside its own 10-yard line, and the Eagles are on the move. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the final quarter of the final scrimmage of the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. We're back for the start of the second quarter. Final scrimmage of the night between East Bladen and South Brunswick. Each team scored a pair of touchdowns in the first quarter. The turning point maybe at the end of the first quarter. East Bladen allowed about a 30-yard pass play, but forced a fumble inside their own 5-yard line. Gosh, Brooks is a load, man.
Finally figured out why they keep coming to the left side. Their tackle is huge.
Is that 70? Rodney Lacewell, 6'4", 300.
He's a dog.
Dog. Man, he is.
He came down on that play and just crashed through. I felt like the entire defensive line for South. Just let the back kick out the DN. That's all he did. We got Seal up
There's
to the
Matt
second
Kemp
level.
again. Look at him go. Man, he's tough. He is tough. Picks up about 8 yards on first down. Man, when you're picking up 8 a clip, that's going to be a long night defensively.
And honestly, again, this is how I know they're a well-coached team, because 70 was the guy we were just talking about was on the backside. I was watching him. He had a perfect kick-out block, like a Seal kick-out, and then he made it up to the second level on the complete opposite side of the play, where those guys aren't going to make the play, and just the intensity to get his first block, his key, and then up to the second level. They're gonna have. I think they're gonna have a good year running the ball for sure.
Yeah, and then they've got Brooks and Matt Kemp back there carrying the ball. Look, there's a little counter. Kind of ran right into it there. A helmet went flying. A mouthpiece went flying. That was Brooks on the carry that time. He's going to have to come off the field for a play before this 3rd and 1 snap.
Much like their average probably for running the ball per play, his helmet went 10 yards.
Yes, it did. Ended up near midfield.
Never quite understood how helmets pop off. I felt like mine was like glued to my head. I don't know if it's because I have a big head or what.
Some guys wear it way looser than I'd be comfortable with.
If it was loose, I was completely uncomfortable.
Oh, the ball's on the. Was that designed?
Well, yeah, was it like a direct snap where the quarterback thought, like, faked that it was. Faked us out?
What just happened? I wonder if the snap like went between the quarterback's legs or something.
I'm going to go with conspiracy theory. Direct snap to the running back. Quarterback did the, I dropped it.
Oh.
And then that's what we get.
A little trickeration. So East Bladen.
This is the first, kind of semblance of South. I would say getting stops, but East Bladen was still able to get the first down. But they've been holding them to a lot shorter yardage at that line of scrimmage.
East Bladen trying to become the first visiting team to win their scrimmage at the Bash at the Beach Jamboree. Let's see if I can go down the list. Topsail, New Hanover, Laney, Hoggard, Ashley, West Brunswick, North Brunswick, all winners. So South Brunswick could complete the clean sweep with a victory over East Bladen. But East Bladen has the ball. It's tied 14-14 and has a 1st and 15 from its own 36-yard line here early in the second quarter. Quarterback number 1, Kawan Maynor, slipped down. He's a junior, 5'9", 180. Slipped down and lost more yardage way back at the 29-yard line. So, gosh, they need 2nd and 22 now, Mike.
That is so tough. First attempt at passing the ball, and it's turf monster.
And lose 7 yards. Yeah, that's tough.
So what do? You go back to running the ball.
Yeah, I believe I'd find Matt Kemp or Brooks.
But here's why they did that, right? South was able to stop them for a couple consecutive runs. So then you're like, all right, now what's the next play on the play sheet?
Still, ball's out. Ball is out. It's still out. And it looks like South Brunswick recovered at around the 43-yard line.
Well, it's taken a long time, but, you know.
Yeah, South Brunswick recovers. There's their takeaway.
South had the turnover, you know, deep into East Bladen territory, and then East Bladen not able to do too much, cough it back up, and they're just going to make South work for it a little bit again. I mean, actually, this is kind of where the ball was when they
right before they completed that long pass down to like the 5. Yeah, it looked like South was going to make the tackle right about here, but then he broke loose, and as soon as he did, he coughed up the football. Then it bounced around a little bit until South recovered at the 43-yard line.
That's tough, too. 70, the big tackle, is going to be wishing he had that back because it looked like he got fingertips on that ball, and it's very rare as an offensive lineman that you get to catch the ball.
So close. So Jamison Prince and the South Brunswick offense back on the field. Ethan Overton on the carry to the 41-yard line, picks up 2 yards, where it'll be 2nd and 8.
Selfishly, I'm a big fan of the running in this scrimmage, given that it's the end of 2-day kind of marathon for us up here in the booth.
Yes.
You particularly.
Yeah, it's this one has moseyed right along, knock on wood, and then we have a flag, of course. Procedure penalty of some kind, I'm predicting.
Normally I'm pretty good at catching what it was, but I didn't see what that
Yeah, I didn't
be.
see anything.
Still waiting.
Yeah, illegal shift. I mean, the play ended up getting near the line to gain, so I assume East Bladen would certainly take this.
That's what. Yeah, it looked like they were waiting to see what the coach wanted to do. So, 2nd and long, 3rd and short.
They are marking off the penalty yardage, so looks like we're going to have a 2nd, and they need the 33. The ball's at the 46. 2nd and 13.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those iffy, you know, what do you do as the coach? I think this is the right play. Take the 2nd and long because they're probably in 2-down territory, so if you give them a 3rd and short, you're giving them 2 chances to get a short yardage.
Prince around the left side looking for some running room. He makes a guy miss. And he is drilled over by the sideline, and they're going to tack on 15 to that, Dr. Mike.
Prince hit him with a goose step, man. Just whoop, and then he was gone.
Yep, so he got about 10 yards, was about 2, maybe 3 yards shy of the line to gain, and then I think they're going to get East Bladen for a late hit out of bounds.
Yeah, that's just tough. And you kind of expected this early in the season. Guys kind of playing with some intensity. It's a close matchup. Get it out of your system now.
So 8:17 left in this one. South Brunswick is going to have a 1st and 10 at exactly the 20-yard line of the Eagles. This scrimmage tied 14-14. The first 4 possessions resulted in touchdowns, and then each defense forced a takeaway on the ensuing 2 possessions. So South trying to move ahead by a score here. They hand it off to Quinn Williams. He's got a big hole. Did the ball come out? It would look like there was some scrambling there at the end of that one, but possible to tell from my vantage point.
Yeah, they're kind of far away from us up here in the booth at this point.
Yep. So 9 yards, and it'll set up a 2nd and 1.
Looks like a pretty short one at that. QB draw right up the middle. Yep.
Prince rolls out to his right, looking for an open receiver. Throws it low, and
Another
it's incomplete. And they're going to get number 7, Cole Butler, for a roughing the passer penalty.
Hope those kids are in condition, and if they aren't, they will be by Tuesday.
And right about the time that I said this one was moseying along, it's kind of ground to a halt here, yeah. Been a long night for the folks in the press box. Clock operator Megan Hardy, PA man extraordinaire Jimmy Caraway, and West Brunswick lacrosse coach Dan Rosen. So many thanks to them for the 55 hours they've logged in the last 2 days to make the Bash at the Beach Jamboree run smoothly.
100%. And you know how I know he's getting tired? I haven't heard anything about Chick-fil-A.
Until literally 2 seconds ago. He said, you know what first and goal means? It means time for a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Right. But, I mean, that was almost, a whole quarter and a half.
Which is a quarter and a half longer than we waited to hear about it all weekend. Prince still on his feet, brought down around the right side.
18, friendly fire.
Yeah, if you have not heard, there is Chick-fil-A and T-shirts for sale at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. If you're watching from your couch, it's not too late to head on out here and get a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
And a fire sale on the T-shirts. I think they're down to $10 now.
Yeah. Oh, a fire sale on the T-shirts. Okay. Fade route. Oh man, and the receiver couldn't find the football.
He had to have lost that in the lights because he was wide open, and he was looking back the entire time. I feel like Prince threw that before the receiver turned, and he just couldn't find the ball.
Man, that was number 11, Zane Simmons. Zane would like to have that one back, but South still with a chance, 3rd and goal from the 5 here.
Hey, you see it in pro baseball still, right? Sometimes you just lose the ball.
Yep. There's no telling what kind of bank of lights he was looking up into, trying to catch that fade route. Williams on the handoff, still on his feet, diving for the goal line. No, he's in. No, he is not in.
That was that same QB read play they ran for the touchdown earlier tonight.
So, Big Mike set us up, man. 4th and goal from the 1. Here comes the heavy package. South Brunswick trying to move ahead with 6 minutes, 10 seconds left in the final scrimmage of night 2.
They're going QB sneak, or they're going to just run him right up the gap because look at those splits. They're foot to foot. There's no space for the defensive line to sneak in there if they stay low and press forward. Yeah, there it is.
They could have snuck it from like the 11 and scored on that one. That was quite a surge.
And that's similar to the play the Eagles were getting kind of bad-mouthed about last year, where they just kind of tight splits and just push through.
So let me ask you this, Mike. Let me flip side of the ball. You're one of like the defensive linemen trying to stop that. What are you taught? Just get low and
get as low as you can, drive your feet. And if you can't get low, go to the ground.
Extra point attempt up. Extra point attempt good. South Brunswick moves ahead 21-14. Here it is, man. Here's the Eagles, the old.
Yeah, so the whole idea between 4 offensive lineman splits is to create gaps in space for a running backs, quarterback, whoever's going to be running. So when you tighten it down, you essentially eliminate all the gaps that defense can try to get through. But what it does is it creates a massive pocket for the quarterback or running back, whoever's going back there. So from a defensive lineman perspective, you got no space to go, so you have to get low. Now, the benefit they have is they can should theoretically be able to get lower than the offensive line because they can get into a 4-point stance, almost like a sprinter stance, and just press forward. It's like you're hitting the sled and just press forward and try to hit the lineman in the thighs. Because if you can put your shoulder in their hips, they're going to they're not going to go forward, right?
Yeah, that's going to make it difficult. Another fumbled snap, but I think they're going to get the Eagles of East Bladen for a false start before this first down snap, making it a 1st and 15. Mike, did you go to a big high school?
Not really. So in Ohio, the divisions are 1 through 6, 1 being the largest. We were a Division 4, and then the cutoff, how it works is it's based on the number of boys you have in the school. So from grades 9 through 12, we had 182 boys my junior year, which put us up into Division 3. So we were like the smallest Division 3 school in Ohio. But yeah, we would still dress 60 plus because we were successful and guys wanted to be on the team. But no, tiny school. I mean, I think my graduating class was 186, 189.
Oh, he's got a man. Oh, it's called. He makes the grab. He's streaking down the field. Number 2, Matt Kemp gets behind the South Brunswick defense. It is an 80-yard touchdown throw from quarterback Kawan Maynor.
You lull him to sleep with the run game.
And I missed the number. It was 8, Malachi Moore, the receiver who made the catch and run. So Malachi Moore, 80-yard touchdown. Sorry, partner.
But yeah, you lull them to sleep with the run game. You get the defensive backs kind of just feeling like they're there, they're existing, but they're not really doing much, right? And then you get that. You break out behind them and hit them in the hands.
Man, it was a perfectly placed ball and a really good catch. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up. Kick is good. So we're all knotted up, 21-21. Mike, here we go. Here's a replay of it.
Yeah, just got behind everybody.
It was number 8, Malachi Moore. Sorry about that, Malachi, but we got you. We got you right eventually. 5:39 left in this scrimmage. 21-21. Some offensive fireworks in the nightcap, huh?
So East Bladen on their touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, each play 60-plus yards, 70-plus yards. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All 3 touchdowns, 63 yards or longer.
Fumble the snap. Just throw it away.
Oh, man. Jamison Prince.
So this is what we were talking about yesterday, right? Does the snap affect how it works? And that's a timing route, timing play. And if he gets a clean snap, he gets it to the receiver. Receiver probably has a 3-4 yard cushion. Instead, he gets smoked. Absolutely smoked.
I mean, he got drilled right as he went to make the catch. And then the ball kind of popped up. I thought there might be a chance for an Oh, the ball's on the ground, and East Bladen's got it. Eagles recover at the 30-yard line, and the Eagles are in business with 5:24 left and will take over 1st and 10 at the South Brunswick 30-yard line.
Yeah, this is it's kind of tough to see, right? So South, just been really methodical in how they're driving the ball, and now they've had 2 turnovers in the last several possessions. East Bladen with a chance to take the lead, right?
Yes, we're all knotted up at 21 right now, so an East Bladen score would put them ahead.
Let's see if they go short side right off the tackle. Right side. There you go.
Still driving the pile.
So what are your predictions for the year, Sam? who in the we see that the conference overall is looking pretty solid. I don't think we saw one team within the conference that didn't kind of do not exceptionally, but didn't do well against their opponent in the last 2 days. Who you picking? Who you got?
Yeah, so I think teams are going to have a really difficult time moving the ball against Hoggard. I think North Brunswick is very good. I think North Brunswick's not quite as good on defense as they have been in 2 years. That's not a knock on this year's group, but more a testament to how good they were on that side last year. But I think some mix of Hoggard, North, Laney, New Hanover will be battling it out near the top.
So just everybody, right?
Yeah, and then West, Topsail, Ashley, and South, somewhere middle of the pack. Somebody's got to finish toward the bottom of the standings. I think West and Ashley are probably still in a little bit of rebuilding mode. South has an experienced quarterback. Yeah, I think it's a really good league. I think Hoggard, Laney, Hanover, and North are all pretty doggone good.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of a murderer's row at the top. It's who can sustain it withstand as well as who can stay healthy, right?
Yeah, yep. Health always a huge factor, particularly in high school sports. You lose that one stud in the backfield or a stud along the offensive line, and all of a sudden things look totally different.
Should be an exciting season, that's for sure.
And we will be with you every week here for the Focus Broadband TV Game of the Week. We will be flag on the field is going to negate another long run. I'm going to see if I can get a note from production manager here, Nathan Evers. Where are we week 1? West Bladen at South Columbus. Next Friday, correct? Next Friday on the Focus Broadband TV Game of the Week.
And I won't be here for that game, but I'm sure you guys are going to do a great job.
And we will miss you.
Maybe I'll be camera ready in a couple weeks.
Oh, yeah. 2 weeks at the end of the summer.
I'll cut my calories, hit the gym a little bit, sweat it out.
Do have a couple of early season non-conference games so that when Mid-Eastern Conference and Waccamaw Conference games roll around, we are rocking and rolling. And we have a 2nd and 26 after back-to-back penalties on the Eagles. The clock is running. We are approaching the 4-minute mark. Yeah, now it's updated.
Deep ball. Oh.
And that ball's on the ground. Ball is still on the ground.
Yeah,
and
that's
South Brunswick has recovered it.
So obviously they were trying to go for the big play, catch them off guard again. You need 26 yards. I don't think you're trying to get 26 yards on one play, but South got great pressure up around the line, kind of swarmed the quarterback, hit him because he pumped it once, right? So you can almost probably call it a coverage sack on South because the quarterback had to kind of pull it back in, and that's when he got knocked out of the hands.
So South Brunswick takes over 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this one. And I think South's got a lot of reserves in. Dr. Mike, that was a backup quarterback. 18, I think, Aiden Tubman. Yeah, well, Overton carried the ball, and Quinn Williams is coming back in, so maybe Jamison Prince's night is done.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? So you go out there, you kind of knock the rust off. You have a couple set plays you're going to run, get an idea, a little bit of that game speed, that game flow. Let some of the younger guys, some of those guys who aren't going to be getting those game reps over the season kind of come in. But you know what your backups might look like. He's got a nice ball here.
Oh, off the hands of the intended receiver, and it falls incomplete, setting up a 3rd and 12. The pass was intended for Stephen Callahan. I did learn a great nugget at the Media Day luncheon. Stephen Callahan is a lifelong soccer player, switched over to football this year, and Rocky Lewis told us, you think a soccer player comes over and they can run but might not have very good hands. He says he's got excellent hands. Maybe, wasn't the best exhibit there. He did catch the long pass before he fumbled earlier. But Coach Lewis was really excited about what he can bring to the table this year.
Yeah, I feel like hands, like the ability to catch the ball, as well as calves. It's hereditary. It's you either have it or you don't, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever had bad hands and worked themselves into, a reliable pass catcher. As Tubman was dropped hard for a loss of about 3 yards on that read option play.
East Bladen going to get a stop that wasn't a turnover? I don't think we've seen a punt.
Not in this one.
Here we go.
The game clock is at 2 minutes and 27 seconds as we prepare for this change of possession.
Delay a game. South took a little too long to decide what they were going to do. Just got a delay a game penalty.
Delay a game penalty against South Brunswick will back them up 5 yards. And now here's East Bladen's chance to put together a little 2-minute drill and try to score and become the first visiting team to win their scrimmage at the Bash at the Beach football jamboree.
Yeah. No, whoa.
Whoa. I don't think East Bladen got the memo that special teams weren't live.
So that's a 15-yard penalty. It's still going to be fourth down.
In their defense, they only had 7 scrimmages before them to see that special teams were not live.
In their defense, they haven't punted yet, and it's almost the end of the second quarter. But really not. That's not defensible.
So a personal foul is called against the Eagles. The problem is it's 4th and 21. So, but that also moves the ball to about the 40. So maybe now you bring the offense back on the field and go for it. I don't know.
Yeah, but if they waffle too long, they're going to get another delay game penalty, and then we're just going to continue to churn through this.
Yeah, well, the clock will stay at 2:27 for another hour.
It's like the end of a basketball game, isn't it?
Fouls, timeouts, fouls.
Marathon of an 8-game scrimmage.
4th and 6 from the 40-yard line.
And this is where, you don't need to have 11 guys on the field. The ball's not live. You just put one guy back there. Send the rest off.
Pooch kick.
Oh, great.
Oh, man, and a good one. Rolled out of bounds right around the 10-yard line.
And, why did I recommend taking everybody but one guy off the field? Because they still had a player kind of
engage,
chip up and off the snap.
So after all that was sorted out and the punt was kicked away, was down at the 11-yard line. So East Bladen will have to go 89 yards.
Which they can do in one play, we've seen. See what they decide to do. Yeah, so the first half was real offense heavy. The second half been a little bit, I don't want to say sloppier, but we saw multiple turnovers,
yes,
a couple stops,
a lot of penalties,
ill-advised personal foul penalties.
South Brunswick's defense has tightened up here in the second quarter, no doubt about that.
I think East Bladen's kind of following the same lead. It looks like they've put their twos in.
Not quite as an exciting finish as we had a year ago when the visitors scored late. And I think it was East Bladen last year as well, maybe over Ashley at the end in the nightcap. But East Bladen's going to need 90 points real quick to make this one close. Still trying to get a few snaps off before we got another flag on the field. Woo, boy. Much to the chagrin of some folks.
This is
we've reached the point of what? Delirium?
Yeah, it's the exhaustion side of it, right? It's like when you go to Las Vegas and you stay up for 26 hours, something like that.
Yeah, that we have reached that point.
Illegal shift.
So an illegal shift against the Eagles of East Bladen. For anyone wondering, the Braves are leading the Mets 2-0 in the 8th inning.
I got a question for you, Sam. Top 3 Braves teams.
Ever?
Ever. What would you say?
Oh, man, that is tough. You know, so I think this is the best Braves team ever. 98 would be number 2, and they didn't win it in 98. Actually, the 2 World Series teams, 21 and 95, are probably somewhere around like the 4th or 5th best Braves team ever. But I think they're better this year. 98. And 96 would be my 3 in that order, I think. You know, the baseball postseason can be such a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Like,
I kind of fall in line with you. I think the 2007 Indians team was one of the best teams they've had, and that's the one they went up 3-0 against the Red Sox in the ALCS, and just didn't make it.
So we got a 4th down here.
If they want, they can just let it go. Pack it in. They didn't lose.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. They're going to just call it a draw. So East Bladen does become the first visiting team that does not lose its scrimmage. The Mideastern Conference finishes with 172 total points to the visitors, 82. Big Mike, take us away, man. Wrap it up for us, would you?
What a great 2 days of football. We saw some heavy competition, solid teams. Looks like the conference itself is in a good, strong state. Like you mentioned earlier, we're going to have some teams that are going to probably be in that upper echelon fighting it out, as well as with some teams kind of hanging around the middle. But the thing with those kind of teams that we're not expecting to be in that top, they can knock off anybody any week. We saw that. Everybody looked – they had those big bang plays. They had that explosiveness. So it's looking like it's going to be a great season of high school football. What a great way to kick off the 2023 season, and I'm excited.
Yeah, a lot of fun we had over the last 2 days covering the Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. For Nathan Evers and Ian Lopez, he's Mike Maurer. I'm Sam Hickman. Good night from the campus of West Brunswick High School, and we'll see you next Friday night for the first Focus Broadband TV high school football game of the week of the 2023 season. Thanks, folks, for joining us, and good night from Charlotte.